live stream up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the special business meeting for the District of Squamish. Today is September 25th, 2024. Holland Squallen Tla Squamish Okmeo. Welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. I wanted to recognize that coming up on Monday, September 30th is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And where the nation pauses to reflect on our true history. And I'm going to probably mispronounce the name of this initiative, but I'm going to try. Use Nuas is a community-led project of the Squamish Nation to research and document the residential school experiences of the Squamish people. I really encourage you to seek it out. And there's a page on their website, and they've been documenting and sharing their experiences, and it's quite profound. And hopefully we'll see many of you out on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation on Monday. Please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish's website following the meeting. If you have any concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. In this case, is Carrie Wells. Could I have someone move adoption of the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Greenlaw, second by Councillor French. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I also want to recognize, before we get underway further into this, that we have Councillor Jenna Stoner is joining us remotely as well. So I'll be keeping an eye out for your electronic hand, Councillor Stoner. Before we get underway with our public hearing, I have a bit of a script to run through here to orient everyone with how this evening is going to flow, and then we'll get underway with the presentation. So please bear with me as I move through this. So this meeting today is in regards to temporary consideration of temporary use permit 73 for FortisBC temporary workforce accommodation. The purpose of this hearing is for council to receive input from the public prior to council's consideration of temporary use permit 73 for the FortisBC work camp. After the hearing is closed, council may approve, reject, or defer its decision on the proposal to a later date. As to the members of the public who have chosen to participate this evening, welcome. I'll now lay out the process and expectations for the hearing. First, staff will present on the proposed temporary use permit, and council will have an opportunity to ask questions of clarification. A quick note on this, we did have a committee of the whole meeting on this 2-3 weeks ago, relatively recently, and so we've done our best to minimize this question period, but questions of clarification will be from council will be first. Next, an official representative from the Squamish Nation will be provided with an opportunity to speak on the proposal if they so choose. The proponent will then be afforded an opportunity to present their proposal. Council may then seek clarity on the information presented by staff and the proponent. Council may also ask questions and seek clarification from staff throughout the evening. Following that, I will open the floor to the public. Members of the public will have a maximum of 3 minutes to address council. The corporate officer will advise when you have 30 seconds left by holding up a yellow sign, which will do. That's a yellow sign. Those who have pre-registered to speak will be called upon first in the order that they registered. I will call out 3 speakers at a time to keep the flow of the hearing moving. Please line up at the indicated line behind the speaker's podium in the order you are called upon, and approach the podium when it's your turn to speak. After the speakers list has been exhausted, I will call for speakers from the audience who haven't registered. Please start your remarks by clearly stating your first and last name, the neighborhood or the city district you live in, and if you are speaking on behalf of an organization or business. Members of the public are reminded that you may only speak to the temporary use permit, and comments must be focused on the temporary workforce accommodation. And that the scope of the temporary use permit under consideration does not extend to the WLNG project or any matters associated with actual construction of the Fortis pipeline. While I understand that there are strong opinions about the WLNG EGP project, this is not the appropriate venue for speaking in favor or against the project overall, as council can only consider the information relevant to the temporary work accommodations when making a decision. I would also like to highlight that we're trying to make this a safe space for everyone to voice their opinion without interference from others. No member of the public should feel discouraged or intimidated from making their views known. Members of the public are asked to maintain order and quiet during the process. Please do not boo, clap, stomp, or otherwise disrupt a speaker or any part of the process. There will be a zero tolerance for disruptive, harassing, or threatening behavior. In the event that an attendee or group is disruptive or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, I'll provide verbal warning. If the conduct does not improve, I have the discretion to ask the person or group to leave or to have them escorted out of the meeting. In the event that council requires the meeting to recess and reconvene to a later time or subsequent day, I will state the date, time, and location where the meeting will reconvene. And lastly, please note that this meeting is being recorded and web streamed live, and that the recording will be posted on the district's website. Media may be present, and the public can advise the media if they don't want their picture taken. I'll go back through a few of those points when it is time to go back to the public, but now I will invite staff to take us through the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Mulligan. I'm the Director of Major Projects Industrial. I'm joined by Jonas Velaniskas, Senior Director of Community Planning, among other members of staff available to answer questions pertaining to the application. The purpose of this evening's presentation is to present temporary use permit application number 73 for public hearing and council consideration. TUP 73 is for temporary workforce accommodation to support the construction of the provincially approved FortisBC's Eagle Mountain Pipeline. It is noted that FortisBC's construction laydown yard temporary use application is also presented for council's consideration this evening as agenda item 4. However, there is no public hearing component for this application. For context, the TWA location is highlighted in purple on the map and the laydown yard is highlighted in yellow. In terms of the regulatory process, it is noted that approval of the Fortis Pipeline project is not subject to our local government authority. Outlined on this slide is specific approvals granted by other project regulators related to the TWA. In 2015, as part of the Environmental Assessment Office's review process for the overall Eagle Mountain Pipeline project, there was an identified need for a TWA to house project workers. In 2016, the Squamish Nation granted approval of the project to FortisBC through its unique environmental assessment process, which included the approval for a 2-hectare construction camp to house up to 250 project workers. The Environmental Assessment Office followed, issuing an environmental assessment certificate on August 2016, permitting a temporary 2-hectare campsite to house 150 to 200 project workers. Subsequently, the BCER, or BC Energy Regulator, issued a road use permit in 2022 for an access road to the proposed TWA site. And in 2023, the Squamish Nation and EAO granted an amendment to increase the temporary camp size to 7 hectares to house up to 600 project workers to further alleviate pressure on local housing and to address concerns related to gender and cultural safety. Conditions of these approvals are detailed on the following 2 slides. While in the process of the amendment applications with Squamish Nation and the EAO, in December 2022, FortisBC submitted an application to the district for a TUP associated with the 7-hectare temporary workforce accommodation site. Squamish Nation has specific conditions related to the 7-hectare camp as outlined in the Squamish Nation Environmental Assessment Agreement. Conditions include a full-time elder and residence position and mandatory cultural awareness training, the protection of sensitive sites, including Squamish Nation cultural sites, a process for the community to report inappropriate conduct, track complaints, and a third-party reporting line. that the location of the camp is approved by Squamish Nation, and that updated project management plans are provided to the Squamish Nation and include construction details and associated mitigation measures, and a commitment by Fortis to work with Squamish Nation to find opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The Environmental Assessment Office also lays out specific conditions related to the temporary workforce accommodation. The amended Environmental Assessment Certificate includes a requirement for a construction camp gender and cultural safety plan, which considers harassment, gender-based violence, cultural safety, and anti-racism and related mitigation measures, and a requirement for construction camp residency at the temporary workforce accommodation for project workers, including contractors and subcontractors. The amended EAC also requires all project workers, with some noted exceptions, to reside at the camp once operational. This requirement aims to help mitigate the pressure on local housing and tourist accommodation. It is the responsibility of the EAO to monitor compliance and undertake any enforcement relating to EAC conditions, including conditions related to the residency of workers. In terms of other relevant regulations, it is noted that the operation of the TWA is regulated under BC's Public Health Act, and that the TWA would operate according to requirements under the BC Industrial Camp Regulation. The BC Industrial Camp Regulation considers such aspects as camp location, construction, occupancy, sanitation, and so on. Should the TWA be approved, additional permits from Vancouver Coastal Health, such as water supply, potable water, and sewage tank permits, would be required prior to occupancy. In terms of district regulations, temporary use permits allow for the use of land on a temporary basis not otherwise permitted in the zoning bylaw. TUPs may be issued for a period of up to 3 years and may be renewed once, subject to council approval. The district role with respect to consideration of the temporary use permit is anchored in the generally applicable policies enshrined in the OCP, or Official Community Plan. The purpose is to allow uses on a temporary basis that are not otherwise permitted. The policy used to evaluate temporary uses is outlined in Section 31.2B of the district's Official Community Plan, and is the criteria used to evaluate this application. This will be discussed in more detail later in this presentation. The TUP 73 application was received on December 14th, 2022. Staff presented the application to council for feedback at a number of committee meetings since 2022. And as directed by committee, staff have since been working with the applicant to resolve outstanding feedback, and the application is now ready for council consideration following this public hearing. As of August 2024, FortisBC estimates that between 325 and 350 non-local project workers reside in Squamish in a mix of accommodation consisting of approximately 115 in tourism accommodation and up to 235 in private accommodation. The workforce at peak construction in 2025 is estimated to reach 600 workers. This TWA would house project workers and is intended to reduce the demand on local housing stock and tourism accommodation. The proposed TWA is located on a 7-hectare site owned by Lafarge Canada. The site is in a cleared forestry cutback on relatively flat terrain covered in shrub and young tree growth. The TWA is to consist of single-story wooden structure complexes with a total gross floor area of approximately 146,000 square feet. It is proposed to accommodate 576 beds with the option to add 36 more. And the proposal calls for 325 parking stalls and a bus shuttle staging area for about 8 buses for worker transport purposes. The construction yard associated with TUP 74 is proposed to be used as the primary personal vehicle parking area, and the TWA will be used for overflow parking. Shuttles will be utilized for workers to travel between the TWA and the yard. As discussed, the yard and associated TUP 74 will be considered tonight as part of Agenda Item 4. Upon occupancy, the primary service provider would manage the TWA providing services and related lounge maintenance as described on this slide. A couple notable services include 24/7 security, health and medical personnel, and a recreational complex. Access to the TWA would be from Highway 99, the Mamquam Forest Service Road, Powerhouse Springs Road, and the new proposed 1.2 kilometer site access road. The new access road is indicated on red on this map. To ensure public vehicle access is restricted, both the District of Squamish, to ensure public vehicle access is restricted to both the District of Squamish water wells and infrastructure, as well as Atlantic Power's facility, FortisBC intends to replace the existing gate on Powerhouse Springs Road, which will be monitored 24/7 during construction and occupancy of the TWA. The new gate and associated security monitoring will help address impacts to pedestrian safety at the crosswalk near the entrance of the Squamish Canyon Ecotourism Experience. In accordance with the OCP, TUP applications are to be considered against 8 criteria noted in this table on the following 2 slides. Policy 1 requires demonstration that the proposed use is in fact temporary or seasonal. TWA is required on a temporary basis to support the construction of the pipeline as proposed to be in operation from Q2 2025 through the end of construction in 2026. Policy 2 requires consideration of the existing land use. The site is currently vacant and is zoned resource intended to accommodate the use and development of land for primary resource activities. Policy 3 requires consideration of surrounding land uses. There are a number of surrounding land uses with residential, recreational, and tourism of particular interest to many members of the public. Public recreation in the area is not anticipated to be diverted and will be able to continue in the area during the operation of the TWA. Mitigation measures to reduce impacts on tourism, including Squamish Canyon in particular, include installation of a new vehicle gate near the experience entrance, which will be monitored. The applicant is also committed to a shuttle service to reduce traffic volume. The applicant will need to work with Squamish Canyon to resolve impacts on visitation and other operational issues, such as overlapping construction timing, as is the case with other overlapping construction projects in the municipality. Further, other measures will be resolved as part of the traffic management strategy, as discussed on the next slide. Staff have assessed the existing land uses in the area. The conditions that are included in the draft permit reflect staff's assessment of opportunities squarely within the district statutory authority to mitigate the impacts that might arise from the TWA on all different users of the area in which the TWA is proposed to be located, and the traffic that is likely to be generated off-site from the TWA site. In terms of residential uses, Policy 4 requires consideration of potential impacts. It is noted that the TWA is located approximately 1.8 kilometers away from the Valley Cliff neighborhood and approximately 1 kilometer away from the University Heights neighborhood. The direct impacts of the TWA are anticipated to be minimal. Indirect impacts to the Valley Cliff neighborhood from traffic on the Mamquam FSR are proposed to be mitigated with dust control and maintenance measures on the road, shuttle service to reduce traffic volumes, and limited use of truck air brakes to reduce noise impacts. Policy 5 requires consideration of environmentally sensitive areas. The project is exempt from the district's environmental requirements known as Development Permit Area 1 and therefore is not subject to the district's environmental guidelines. However, the project will be required to comply with environmental conditions as part of both EAO and Squamish Nation approvals. In terms of water supply impacts, potential groundwater contamination is proposed to be mitigated with hydrogeological testing and a modern monitoring program and the implementation of groundwater protection plan as outlined in the proposed prior to release TUP conditions. In response to Policy 6, the site would be required to be adequately serviced in accordance with health requirements and several permits would be required. Policy 7 requires consideration of the duration of the time proposed for use. The proposed TUP has an expiry date of 3 years at the end of the use or expiry of the permit. The permit holder would be required to decommission the TWA and remediate the site in accordance with the proposed permit conditions. The site decommissioning and restoration plan must be provided to the district prior to the release of the permit. Policy 8 speaks to other relevant policies. In this case, traffic management has been considered. In accordance with proposed permit conditions, the applicant would be required to update their traffic management strategy prior to the release of the permit. The updated plan must consider project-related traffic impacts on the district's road network with planned mitigations to alleviate these impacts. Some safety improvement measures to be included in the plan are restricting project traffic on the Mamquam FSR from turning left onto Highway 99. There will be related signage and applicable enforcement required. Installation of a marked crosswalk with flashing beacons at the FSR and Highway 99 intersection, and new curbing to replace painted lines on the east side of the Highway 99. Staff continue to work with the applicant on final mitigation plans. In terms of contingency planning, the applicant has advised staff that should TUP 73 be unsuccessful, or if the municipal permits are not issued by November 15th, worker accommodations would consist of a mix of local accommodations and accommodations outside the district with daily busing to and from construction areas. While not to be considered as part of Council's decision regarding TUP issuance, FortisBC has offered a $250,000 community benefit to the District of Squamish. Staff recommend a security deposit totaling $8.5 million, which would, as proposed in the draft TUP, be used to effect compliance with any of the proposed conditions part of the TUP, including decommissioning and site remediation. Should the TUP be approved by Council, staff would work closely with the applicant to fulfill the prior to release conditions outlined in TUP 73, which are summarized as follows. Finalize the security deposit in an acceptable amount and form, refinement and approval of traffic management strategy and related documents, refinement and provision of a decommissioning and restoration plan with applicable costing, completion of a hydrogeological drilling and monitoring well program, and the development and approval of a groundwater protection plan. These conditions would need to be fulfilled prior to the issuance of the TUP. Staff would work with the applicant on other municipal approvals, such as building permits, service agreements, etc., as outlined in the council agenda package. So now turning to the staff recommendation, staff recommend that 1, the council authorize temporary use permit number 73 for a 3-year period subject to the prior to release conditions and other conditions set out in the permit. 2, that the district require an $8.5 million security deposit in the form of a letter of credit from the permit holder within 60 days of permit approval. And 3, that the mayor and corporate officer be authorized to execute the temporary use permit once prior to release conditions are met as set out in TU 00073 have been met. Before we begin to hear from the public, it's important to highlight that council's scope of consideration and what feedback can be considered in the decision is limited to the temporary use permit 73 application, which requests the use of land to accommodate temporary workforce housing. The scope of the temporary use permit considerations do not include any matters associated with the construction of the Fortis pipeline. The pipeline approval is not subject to our local government authority. As a local government, the District of Squamish, our council has very limited role in the approval process of major industrial utility projects. As such, it's important that members of the public are aware that only comments about the proposed temporary use of the TWA can be considered by council in making the decision regarding TUP 73. And at this time, I'd like to hand it back to the mayor and council for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll start council questions. Councillor French, you want to get us started?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking for some clarity on the security deposit. We've heard a figure of 8.5 million, and then in the staff report, I also heard some language around an amount acceptable to the party. So has FortisBC agreed to this $8.5 million figure, or is that yet to be an agreed upon amount for the security deposit?
Thank you through the chair. The amount has been discussed with Fortis and they are aware of the $8.5 million security deposit in the form of a letter of credit.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm wondering if staff can clarify the numbers we're talking about. On July 2nd in our committee of the whole, we had a chart from Fortis which shows roughly 300-ish workers, non-local workers in the community now, with a total of 600 non-local workers peak. And there's only a 6-month period where we're sort of above the current rate, but that's non-local. But that 600 seems to be about the 600 total. And in previous correspondence with a prior mayor, Fortis has said most of the workforce would be local, and that's why they didn't need a camp. And the, local is considered Metro Vancouver. So these numbers don't seem to be matching up. So and I guess an important consideration is this seems to be that local workers, so Metro Vancouver, anyone residing in Metro Vancouver doesn't have to be in the camp despite the EAO conditions. So I'm trying to figure out how many folks have to be in the camp, how many folks are actually going to be here total, because it's local versus non-local. I'm really confused.
Thank you for the question. So to clarify, are you looking for clarification in terms of what the EAC requires Fortis to do in terms of the camp?
I guess what I'm trying to, I guess I understand the EAO conditions, but what I don't understand, what I'm trying to sort out is what is the impact on the community were this to be permitted? I mean, there's been some inference that we'd have 300 workers leaving community housing and hotels and going into this camp. But again, when you look at the definition of local versus non-local, these numbers aren't adding up. So I can't make sense of the numbers. Like if we have 300 non-local in community now, which Fortis' graph said, and 600 non-local total workers, and this isn't, regardless of the camp, that seems to be the total workforce. So it seems there's no local workers. All the workers on this are non-local, if you believe that chart from Fortis, but that doesn't seem right. So I'm having trouble articulating myself because it's confusing.
Okay, I'll do my best to answer the question. Thank you for clarifying. So the way that the EAC condition reads is that any non-local workers must reside in the camp should it become operational. The non-local worker, it includes contractors and subcontractors. There are notable exceptions. The notable exceptions could include, I'm going to give an example, could possibly include indigenous cultural or family reasons. Could be conceivable that the construction project started, somebody purchased a house, began working for Fortis, and those workers may be granted an exception. So that would consist of an exception. Otherwise, every other worker that's deemed non-local that does not live in the Metro Vancouver Regional District is intended to live at the TWA. In terms of the number of workers, Fortis over time has understood from the community that there is a limited work pool available within the Squamish community and has opted to hire or has had to hire many non-local workers as a result. That is not to say that there aren't non-local workers working on the Fortis project. So their approval that they're seeking right now is for 576 beds with the option to add 36 more. And that's intended to house the non-local workforce. How many they have at particular times depends on the project as it ebbs and flows. They are planning to average between 300 and 400 workers over the duration of the project. However, they have noted at peak, it could go as high as 600. In terms of the graph, I can't speak to how accurate the graph is. The graph was supplied some time ago as part of the application process.
Okay. Thanks. I guess what I'm left with, and maybe we'll hear, is what is the number of local workers, because they're not required to be in a camp if there is one. And, I can imagine locals from Surrey or Maple Ridge or so on might not want to commute and might opt to live in community. And so that's part of what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, if you have a reply.
As of right now, there are 50 local workers, just to be clear, working on the project. But I can't tell you exactly how many local workers will be working on the project, because it's dependent on, I guess, their hiring.
And so to be clear, because we understand before there's 300 workers or 300 non-local workers. So there's 300 non-local workers and 50 local. So 50 people from Metro Vancouver and 300 people outside of Metro Vancouver.
It's almost correct. There's 350 non-local workers presently and 50 local workers for a total of 400.
Okay, thank you. I think the use of the term, like agreeing on what local means is useful and does make this conversation quite challenging. I don't know that meets the definition used here quite meets necessarily the expectations of anyone reading these things. So thank you for that clarity. I've got Councillor Stoner next to my speakers list, followed by Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank you, through the chair. Perhaps in the same vein and more directly, of the 235 folks that are living in community this past season, do we have any sense of how many of them would move into the workforce accommodation if it were built?
We have heard from Fortis that it's the intention that all project workers, as required by their EAC, will move into the accommodation. And we also did reach out to the Environmental Assessment Office to seek clarity in terms of what workers would be required. They did confirm that workers currently renting accommodation in Squamish would be required to move into the workforce accommodation, with the exception of certain situations, perhaps if there is a reason related to family, culture, or Indigenous backgrounds.
Thank you for that clarity. That's very helpful. My second question was around the amount of parking that has been provided or presented in the drawings, 325 stalls as overflow. The alternative option that Fortis has presented is that 300 or so workers would be bused from Metro Vancouver. And so I'm just curious why that option to bus additional workers is not available if the workforce accommodation is built, or if that's something that has been discussed with the proponent.
Fortis indicated that they would not prohibit personal vehicles for their project workers, and that they would not restrict the use of those personal vehicles. So it's the applicant that has indicated that they are unwilling to restrict personal vehicles at the lodge.
As the regulatory authority for the temporary use permit, we have the ability to regulate how much parking is on site, correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct. Temporary use permits can be used to establish a parking maximum. However, in this case, the applicant has indicated that that would be problematic. So that puts, if council approves the permit that the applicant has an issue with, it could lead into a non-issuance situation where staff wouldn't be able to issue it because it doesn't meet the application of the applicant.
Thanks for that clarity. Those were all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair. How will the EAO enforce the workers currently in community moving into the camp?
The EAO has a compliance and enforcement branch that is meant to oversee the compliance and enforcement of related certificate conditions. The EAO would essentially audit or investigate in terms of compliance, in terms of the condition and whether the condition is met. If if there is a non-compliance of regarding a particular condition, they would issue an order directing the permit holder to become compliant with that condition. And they can also issue fines and take further actions.
Do you have any idea what the fines would look like?
I do not have an idea of what the fines would look like. There's an escalating process that the EAO undertakes as part of its compliance and enforcement. There's no set fine structure, to my knowledge, with respect to the permit conditions within the EAC permit that was granted to Fortis.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Were there other questions from council? I'm happy to come back around for those that have asked questions. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. In the context of the definition of our authority in a temporary use permit, where we have when considered appropriate by council without negatively affecting existing businesses, surrounding properties in terms of noise, lighting, parking, traffic, or other impacts. The greatest impact on neighboring business in this case appears to be the Squamish Canyon. Does staff know, or could staff give some insight? Have Squamish Canyon and FortisBC had extensive conversations on whether the mitigation measures proposed by FortisBC are considered sufficient for Squamish Canyon, or could staff speak to the status of that conversation?
The update that was provided as part of the September 10th presentation to Committee of the Whole is the most recent update concerning the discussions between Squamish Canyon and the applicant. It is my understanding that the applicant and Squamish Canyon haven't spoken in months concerning the interface between the two projects.
Okay, any other questions from anyone that hasn't had a question yet? Then I'll come back. I have some of my own. And I'll come over to Councillor Pettingill after. Okay, I was curious, what is the work schedule for the workforce, I guess currently, and which would carry on into the proposed camp, I'm assuming?
Apologies. We're trying to keep track of all the information. Thank you for the question. Based on schedules, I believe that shifts start in the morning around 7 a.m. And that the workday is a 12-hour day, I believe. My understanding is that based on the traffic modeling that's been done, that the vehicle trips are at their peak around 7 a.m. in the morning, and again in the evening around 6 p.m.
Thank you. And then, and how many days I'm trying to get at sort of that fulsome picture that helps throughout the day. And then what's the frequency of that? Is this an ongoing project and folks rotate in and out, or is this, I know that 6-day work week has been discussed previously. I just want to confirm where we are as we sit here today.
So it remains unchanged. There's a 6-day work week with Sundays off. So workers would not be working on Sundays. As I did mention, that the project does ebb and flow in terms of the project plan, and workers are required for certain periods of time. So the numbers of workers will fluctuate over the duration of the project. However, the schedule is to remain constant, is my understanding.
Thank you. And I have some questions around the overall numbers of workforce because some numbers felt a little new to me just in the conversation so far. So I'm going to go back to that, but I'll give you a second to, I don't know if there's a supporting slide. Just, I want to make sure that we really understand this. But just the foreshadowing. I wondered about the restoration. Part of this is a road, which I believe the presentation said 1.2 kilometers, the new road construction. Is that part of the restoration, or is this a new permanent access that isn't considered as part of the restoration? That didn't jump out at me.
The road would require considerations relating to the hydrogeological mitigations that are required as part of the project and the prior to release permit. However, the road actually is authorized through a separate authorization with a BCER permit and requires the Ministry of Waterlands and Resources to approve. So in short, I think the road would still be there essentially, but there are mitigations associated with hydrogeological conditions.
Okay, so the road was mentioned, and it was mentioned in the that there were other agencies that approved the road, but that approval also excludes it from the any restoration work. Is that? I just want to make sure I understand how these pieces fit together.
I think at this point, because we haven't gotten to the that permitting phase, it's difficult to say with certainty what replanting plans would be, because of, if this was a standard project not regulated by senior level of government, it would be a replanting plan is required. But that's kind of the next phase of permitting. If council approves this temporary use permit and it leads to issuance, then there would be, the next phase of permitting.
I'm going to ponder that. I don't think that quite got the clarity that I was looking for, but I accept the answer. Do we have a slide that shows the projected workforce? The 400 number total is a new number to me as I sat here today. So I heard, I've been operating around 350 is what I had heard. And I wasn't sure that 50 local, I thought was a subset of that, but now I've heard that there's 400 now, and the peak total, which I understood to be a total, not a total plus local, to be at 6. So we're closer to that peak now than I felt like we were when I sat down in this seat today. So I don't know if you can sort of shed some clarity. I know that a couple different people have asked for trying to dig into this, but perhaps there's a graphic, or we can revisit it after the proponent presents. Might be an opportunity to have this part have some clarity provided. But does staff have something to support the understanding on these numbers?
Thanks for the question. We do not have a slide prepared that's showing the number of workers for this presentation. That was previously presented to council. The latest updated information that we have received from Fortis has indicated there are 350 non-local workers in the Squamish area, and an additional 50 local workers. And then it says basically in this case, 50 local workers would be able to continue to reside in Squamish as per the EAC. That's the update that we have. And in terms of total workforce, the focus has been on the lodge and the approving 600 possible beds in the lodge.
Okay. Councillor Pettingill, you had a follow-up, and then I'd like to get to the public or on with the process if we can. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick one. So can I ask for agreement that anyone at this table, when we say local, we're using the EAO definition, which appears in this case to be Metro Vancouver, and non-local is beyond Metro Vancouver. And so when we're using those terms, that's what we've meant.
The explanation that was provided by Fortis, local, I believe, consists of workers that are residing locally in Squamish that are considered to be local residents of Squamish. The EAC, the Environmental Assessment Certificate, language within the conditions does not provide a clear definition around what constitutes a local versus a non-local worker, other than to say that workers residing in the Metro Vancouver Regional District are not considered, are not required to reside at the lodge.
Okay, so, all right, I'll ponder that, may come back, because it does sound like we are maybe talking about different things and confusing each other further. I guess what I was, the last thing I did want to ask for now, and it may short circuit some later questions I had, but the implication of an earlier response around parking seemed to be that largely the conditions in the certificate are oriented more towards what Fortis said they are willing to work with, as opposed to a reflection of the things council has previously suggested it might want to see and would have the ability to regulate. It's not really what we've been asking for necessarily. It's what Fortis has said they would be willing to work with, and then we need to decide, is this workable for us?
Through the mayor, that's correct. It's a bit of a, like any temporary use permit, it's a bit of a negotiation between the district and the applicant in terms of the conditions that district wants to establish and the conditions that the applicant is willing to accept, and then pursue issuance of the permit if it's approved.
Okay. Council, thank you for those questions, and we'll move on. So now, where are we? So first, actually, give me a second here. So next, we're going to go to and ask if there's an official representative of the Squamish Nation. They'd like to take advantage of the opportunity to speak to the proposal if they choose. Looks like we don't have an official representative here this evening, so I'll move on to the proponent. If the proponent would like to take opportunity to speak on this proposal. Okay, thank you. Yep, the mic's on for you, so if you'd start by introducing yourself, and you can take us through, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Great, thank you. Good evening, I'm Vanessa Connolly. I'm the Director of Community and Indigenous Relations for FortisBC. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I want to begin by acknowledging our presence on the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. The EGP project underwent years of engagement and an extensive review process, leading to approval by our regulators, Squamish Nation and the BC Environmental Assessment Office in 2016. The project has been under construction now since 2023. Tonight, we're here to speak in support of our application for a temporary use permit to house our non-local project workforce in Squamish at a single site, the Temporary Workforce Lodge. Through years of engagement on our workforce plans and lodge proposal, we heard an overwhelming preference for one site to house our non-local workers. And so we developed a plan for an increased sized temporary workforce lodge. This plan was approved by the Squamish Nation and the BCEAO in 2023. The final step is to secure permits from the District of Squamish, including tonight's TUP. Since applying for this permit almost 2 years ago, we've been working with the district to provide information needed to make a decision. Tonight's question is whether enabling land currently zoned as resource to be temporarily used for lodging is the right thing for the community. We believe the answer is yes. The lodge concept was the product of feedback we received through a multi-year engagement process. We heard housing was a key issue, and that's why we proposed a lodge to house our non-local workers. We heard community safety was a concern. In particular, we have heard concerns related to safety of Indigenous women and girls in relation to industrial projects and workforce accommodations. We are aware of and take very seriously the studies and public discussions on this issue. We have sought and are implementing feedback from Indigenous communities and community service providers on this very important topic. We developed a worker code of conduct and lodge-specific policies, such as no unauthorized visitors and 24/7 on-site security. And should we receive the TUP and necessary permits, we'll progress a gender and cultural safety plan in consultation with Squamish Nation, the district, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation prior to lodge operation. We've also committed to establishing a Squamish Nation Elder and Residence program at the lodge to support Indigenous residents and cultural learning opportunities for all workers on the project. We heard concerns about community services and planned for the lodge to have its own food, medical support, and recreation services. We heard concerns about traffic and chose a location that would keep significant project-related traffic out of town with a plan to run off-hour shuttle service to Squamish. The lodge also provides a local economic opportunity. Endorsed by the Squamish Chamber, the lodge would be constructed by a local Squamish business, Land C, and operate as a joint venture with a Squamish Nation member-owned business. This would be in addition to subcontracting opportunities for local Squamish businesses and local employment and training. The time spent working through the TUP process means our timelines are now very tight. Following this decision, we require the district to issue development and building permits by November 15th. Otherwise, the lodge would not be feasible as it would not be operational for our peak workforce arriving next summer. This is driven by practical timelines required to build the lodge and its facilities. In the meantime, as construction progresses without a lodge, we've looked to be responsive to community feedback, recently implementing measures to reduce workforce impacts, including mandatory in-person gender and cultural safety education. We've also opened a health and medical clinic for EGP project workers and their families to ease pressure on local health services and support workers' mental health and well-being. And we've established a third-party reporting line for community members to report any concerns regarding the respectful conduct of EGP project workers in Squamish. These are just some of the examples of steps we've taken without the lodge, and will continue to uphold high standards to promote gender and cultural safety in the community, while also reducing project-related impacts on community services and infrastructure. During the course of this nearly 2-year process of seeking a temporary use permit, we've presented to council and staff and the community on the benefits and impacts of the lodge and its alternative. The EGP project is approved by the Squamish Nation and the BC Environmental Assessment Office. Construction is underway and is estimated to complete in 2026. The question before you tonight is whether up to 600 workers will be housed at the lodge. If not, our workforce will be housed in local accommodations, with some workers commuting from out of town during our peak construction period. We are respectfully asking that council approve the TUP as was recommended by staff. We've been a neighbor in Squamish for over 30 years. We remain ready to proceed with the lodge, provided we receive timely receipt of permits and feasible conditions. Whatever the district decides, we'll continue to be guided by our values of being a good neighbor, and we remain committed to working with the community to reduce impacts as best we can. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I'm going to open the floor to the public. I'm just going to run through a few items that if you were here at the beginning, you may have heard, but we've had some people join us, so I'll just run through some items here. So members of the public will have a maximum of 3 minutes to address council. The corporate officer will advise you when you have 30 seconds left by holding up the yellow sign. Those who have pre-registered to speak will be called upon first in the order that they registered. I'll call out 3 speakers at a time to keep the flow of the hearing moving. Please line up at the indicated line behind the speaker's podium in the order you're called upon, and approach the podium when it's your turn. After the speakers list has been exhausted, and I believe I have 33, at least 33 speakers. Hey, please, everybody, excuse me, everybody, please remain. We need order in here. This is exactly what I'm speaking about right now. Sir, please leave them. We need to. I would like to have, okay, I'm running through the rules of engagement here. That is exactly what is not to happen. And I would like to request that gentleman not return to the proceedings. After the speakers list has been exhausted, I will call for speakers from the audience who haven't registered. This is exactly what I'm attempting to speak, and I understand your intent, but the result is also you're interrupting the proceedings. So we need to, that's exactly what we're working with here. That is where we're going, and I'd like to continue. Members of the public are reminded you may only speak to the temporary use permit, and comments must be focused on the temporary workforce accommodation. And the scope of the temporary use permit under consideration does not extend to the WLNG EGP project or the matters associated with construction of the Fortis pipeline. While I understand there are strong opinions about the WLNG EGP project, this is not an appropriate venue for speaking in favor or against the project overall, as council can only consider the information relevant to the temporary workers' accommodation when making a decision. And here's the part. I would also like to highlight that we are trying to make this a safe space for everyone to voice their opinion without interference from others. No member of the public should feel discouraged or intimidated from making their views known. Members of the public are asked to maintain order and quiet during the process. Please do not boo, clap, stomp, or otherwise disrupt a speaker or the hearing. There will be zero tolerance for disruptive, harassing, or threatening behavior. In the event that an attendee or group is disruptive or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, I'll provide a verbal warning. If the conduct does not improve, I have the discretion to ask the person or group to leave or to have them escorted out of the meeting and recess the meeting until this has been accomplished. In the event that council requires the meeting to recess and reconvene to a later time or subsequent day, I will state the date, time, and location where the meeting will reconvene. And lastly, please note that this meeting is being recorded and web streamed live, and that the recording will be posted to the district's website. Media may be present, and the public can advise the media if they don't want their picture taken. I think we all understand the ground rules here, and these are challenging conversations, and I remain proud of our community's ability to have challenging conversations. I'd like to take that with me as I leave here this evening. Next, so first on our speakers list, Jeremy Valeret, please. Valeriot, I'm sorry, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First, I just want to acknowledge the impossible position that you're put in. You're the last line of defense for a community that is seeing a fossil fuel project imposed on it without adequate consideration of the community's concerns. This provincial government has shown it will do whatever it takes to push this project through, and we're counting on you to identify and mitigate the risks created by their top-down approach. I'll respect the scope of your decision and heed the instructions and spare you the existential climate considerations I know you're all fully aware. Try to minimize the reach of the provincial election campaign into this room, but we all know the province and proponents could have done and can do better. They should have been taking the burden off this council to backstop where they haven't done their job, the job that government is supposed to do on behalf of the people, that is to protect the people of this community from harm. I want to touch just two examples of the risks this work camp and this TUP presents. Number one, severe damage to an entrepreneurial venture that is symbolic of a thriving local Squamish economy. The Squamish Canyon project is aligned with the future vision of this and previous councils to encourage emerging, innovative green business to replace our resource extractive past. Squamish Canyon stands in stark contrast to the polluting, soon-to-be obsolete oil and gas industry being forced on us through our provincial government. If this work camp goes ahead, our local economy will be damaged by a sunset industry desperately trying to squeeze every last drop of profit out of the earth on its way out the door. A second example is the representatives of Capilano University stating the work camp does not pose additional risk to the university and student residences it operates. They're entitled to their opinion, but why would anyone choose to place this industrial work camp so close to a vulnerable population? CapU's opinion is sadly indicative of the kind of corporate influence our economy is subject to under our current government, and how deeply the oil and gas industry's interests are embedded in our political system. A senior representative of CapU is a candidate in this election who supports the wood fiber and Fortis projects and whose party wants to double down on new fossil fuel infrastructure. I ask you to consider the strong and clear potential for conflict of interest here. I can see these work camps make sense for isolated industrial sites, but are obviously not the right solution for a mid-sized community so close to Metro Van. I ask that you reject this TUP, and if these workers need to be accommodated, and I still think it's a big if, that you work collaboratively with Fortis on a solution to worker housing, keeps people safe, doesn't displace local residents, and moves us closer to the future we all know we need to build together. Thanks, Council.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we're going to go to Braden Harrington. And just so everyone knows, as Alan Barr, and Tracy Saxby on deck. As I said, I'd call out the next three. So if you want to start taking your positions, please. And at various points throughout, we'll stop and just check with council and see if any of the submissions have raised questions we'd like to seek from our staff. So over to you, sir.
My name is Braden Harrington. I'm a resident of Squamish. I'm speaking on behalf of Stelkaya Land Sea JV here today. It's a joint venture between a Squamish Nation member-owned business and a local workforce accommodation provider. Land Sea is a Squamish-based company that since 2010 has specialized in remote workforce accommodation for the industrial sector. We employ close to 200 employees throughout Western Canada, with most of our head office team living and working here in Squamish. As a team, we are guided by the belief that people deserve a good place to live, regardless of where their job takes them and regardless of their work. We are here to express our support for providing a good place to live for the workers on the EGP project, as they are going to be living here regardless of whether or not this permit is approved. Fortis has committed to housing their workforce at this lodge, and by contracting Stelkaya Land Sea to build and operate it, Fortis has ensured that an Indigenous partnership has meaningful participation in this local economic opportunity. This represents an opportunity worth over $50 million to Stelkaya Land Sea. It's estimated that 90% of this investment will be allocated to local procurement, with 25 to 30% to Indigenous procurement. At this point in time, nearly 350 workers are already living in our community in rental housing and hotels, commuting independently to and from work daily. The lodge would provide a designated home for this growing number of workers, along with a shuttle service to transport them en masse to and from their work sites. The solution offers immediate relief to current impacts on Squamish traffic and housing. With amenities, services, and safeguards that exceed a hotel, such as full-time security, a medical clinic, and mandatory health, safety, cultural training, and policies, the lodge directly reduces the project's impact on our community services and facilities, while also ensuring the health, safety, and well-being of these workers and our community. We have deep roots in our community and are personally invested in minimizing any negative impacts, perceived or real, from dedicated workforce accommodation. The lodge represents a positive accommodation solution, a solution that has been recognized and supported by the provincial government, the Squamish Nation, District of Squamish staff, and the Squamish Chamber of Commerce. It prioritizes the health and safety of both workers in our community, supports Indigenous and local businesses, alleviates housing and traffic impacts, and encourages local economic growth. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your submission. Next, we have Alan Barr, followed by Tracy Saxby and Dave McKenna.
Hi there, I'm Alan Barr, I live in Furry Creek, BC. Third generation guy around town, and I wish to add my voice of support for this initiative. When we did our Olympics, we had thousands and thousands of workers housed in our community, and we managed to make that work. This project is been approved by all the regulatory authorities of the province and the nation and other agencies. We're not going to change that. It's a temporary use permit to figure out how we're going to house the people that build the facility and how we can do that with the least imprint on our community. I believe this is a great choice. The opposite of not doing this creates quite a bit of chaos, and I think the consequences of not finding a way to make this work is substantive. We live in a democracy. We're all entitled to our views, and I think it's very reasonable that we listen to all others' views with regard and respect. What I seen here earlier was not that. In fact, it makes me feel embarrassed for our community. As long as we believe that the population in the world is going to grow, we got to figure out how to house the people, feed the people, and provide energy security for the people. And that includes the workforces that do those things for us. We can either do this here, or we can do it in another part of the world with no or little environmental stewardship. but we still got to house the people, feed the people, provide energy security for the people. So my view, it's a great project. It's a great alternative for housing our workers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Tracy Saxby, and then we've got Dave McKenna and Paul Dooch on deck. If you could start making your way towards the microphone, would be great. I'm sorry if I stumble on anyone's names, which is highly likely. Go ahead, Ms. Saxby, when you're ready.
Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Since we first started sharing our concerns about FortisBC's application for a temporary use permit for its proposed work camp and construction yard in Squamish, very little has changed. It's extremely disappointing that FortisBC staff just walked out of this meeting, because that is representative of what this entire last 10 years has been like. The company has failed to listen to the community over and over. Instead of listening to the concerns of Squamish residents and council and taking meaningful steps to address these concerns, FortisBC has proceeded with construction despite the lack of accommodation for its workers. It's had 10 years to plan for that, and it refused to do so. FortisBC recently claimed in a letter published in the Squamish Chief that the safety and well-being of the Squamish community is extremely important to us. But actions speak louder than words, and FortisBC's actions demonstrate how little this company cares for the safety and well-being of the people living in the community of Squamish. Our community is already experiencing many of the impacts associated with these kinds of resource extraction projects that we have been warning about for over 10 years. When problems do arise, FortisBC is avoiding responsibility and accountability and instead pointing the finger at its subcontractors. This is unacceptable. These are not the actions of a good corporate citizen. We continue to have significant concerns about the impact of this work camp on the safety and human rights of everyone that lives in Squamish and the region, particularly women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ+ people. We call on you as our elected leaders to be courageous, to stand up to protect the people of Squamish, and in particular, those who are most vulnerable to harm. We cannot allow FortisBC to escape corporate responsibility and accountability for this failure. We reiterate our strong opposition to FortisBC's applications for temporary use permits for its proposed work camp and the construction yard, and we call on council to reject these permits. In addition to this, we just want to flag one of the issues related to our water security and the risk to drinking water. We're particularly concerned about the location of this work camp and the risk of contamination to the District of Squamish's water supply, resulting from construction and operation of FortisBC's work camp. Protecting our drinking water is critical, and as the population of Squamish grows, additional sources of water will be required. Less than 10% of British Columbia this year has enough water, and as climate change worsens and drought conditions worsen, we must protect our current and future water sources. District staff have noted that FortisBC's work camp presents a risk of groundwater contamination due to the presence of hazardous materials associated with the construction and operation of the proposed access road, the associated parking area, and the work camp itself. FortisBC has already received 2 warnings of non-compliance from the BC Environmental Assessment Office for failing to store hazardous materials in appropriate storage, failing to install and maintain erosion and sediment controls, and failing to separate, cover, and store contaminated soil properly. We cannot allow FortisBC's work camp to put Squamish's current and future drinking water supply at risk, and I again call on council to reject these permits. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Next, we have Dave McKenna.
Good evening, David McKenna. I reside in Treaty 7 territory in Alberta, but I'm here representing Ridge North America, which is a major investor in the Squamish Canyon project. And I wanted to just use my time to speak specifically about our concerns around the increased traffic and how that will impact not just our project. We actually think there's a discussion to be had about in a digital world, when you have negative feedback, and how that can actually really start to affect the Squamish brand in the short term. So when we talk about the impact, I mean, we understand the chaos of a lot of trucks moving through town. So now it's moved to the site where we've been building a project. We have $13 million already invested. We'll be investing another $10 million before spring of next year. And now all of a sudden, we are going to have between 30 and 60 vehicle shuttles every morning going in and out of that camp. And then every evening from 5 till 8 o'clock going in and out of that camp, all the service vehicles. I mean, that's a lot of people to feed. And my understanding is we'll also have to truck out sewage and other things. So, you know, formerly quiet, like Robin Sherry is a great ambassador for this community because I live in Banff. I build attractions. I celebrate wild, beautiful places with people from around the world. I've made my entire career doing it. And he convinced me that, you know, Squamish needs to be on the map that way. And I agreed. And I wanted to lean into this and really build this project and something for the community to celebrate. And we are going to build it, and it will be fabulous. You know, the issue is just this temporary work camp. The location is really going to make that area chaotic. I think one of the magical things of that area was the fact that it was this beautiful rainforest that didn't have a lot of traffic going in and out of it. The locals, I've spent a lot of time on site now, enjoy walking their dogs, biking, a lot of recreationalists. And now all of a sudden it's going to be a major industrial road for 3 years. And, you know, there's lots of mitigations that we can undertake. That's sort of trying to put Band-Aids, you know, onto, you know, a large wound. And so we would just urge council and to make a decision to not allow the work camp. It is just too disruptive. Certainly, and you know, I will admit to our business, we're quite concerned because of the investment, but we also think about the community and safety on the roads, all of the noise, all of the dust. If it can be moved somewhere else, we would very much appreciate that consideration. And I would like to end by just thanking council and staff for what is always a very, very difficult decision. And I would like to congratulate the staff on a great job they've done over the last few years to try to take in as much information as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your submission. I think we'll hear from Paul next, and I will let you inform me how if I mess up your last name, Paul, and then we'll break and do a round and see if there's any questions from council. But we'll have Chad Hooper and then Roberta Williams on deck.
So yeah, it was Deutsch, but that's okay. Yeah, first, thank you very much. Paul Deutsch from Kelowna, BC, CEO and founder of Ridge North America, Robin Sherry's business partner in the project. I just want to start off by thanking Mayor and Council for your guys' support to date. We wouldn't be here as a project if we didn't have that. Second, I'd like to thank Robin, you know, my business partner, my friend, my brother. 10 years, blood, sweat, and tears. Couldn't be more proud of who you are, what you're able to accomplish, and you know, being here beside you today. You know, the ask today is, you guys, you know, helped us get to this point. I ask you to reach your hand out and help us finish what we started together. This is going to be something very special for the community, something very, you know, something people are very proud of. And please make sure the big guy picks up the check, not the small guy. It's, you know, it means a lot to us to be able to bring this to the community. And your guys' support is vital in the success of our business. We were here yesterday, we're here today, and we're going to be here for years to come. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for your submission. I'm going to do a quick round just to see if council has any questions or wants to pick up on anything stated by any of the submissions. I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll check with yeah, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, there's a comment that during the Olympics we had a flotel, we had you know, workers. I just want to, does staff know, do we have on-land work camps, or was it, I know there was a flotel during the Olympics. I believe everyone else during the Olympics was living in community. Is that accurate?
Julie Vengi, General Manager of Community Development. Correct. Volunteer housing was housed throughout the community on the ship in the harbour and also in communities in people's houses as well. Any other persons who were working for the Olympics were already residing here before that time.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll continue on with our list, and I'll go to Chad Hooper. And then if I get Roberta and Williams and Raina Dubé to sort of queue up behind, and we'll be able to keep things, an attempt to find some efficiencies here. Go ahead, Mr. Hooper.
Hi, Council. Thank you for hearing me today. My name's Chad Hooper. My family and I live in North Yards. My wife Shannon and I have been fortunate enough to raise her 12-year-old daughter Elsie in Squamish. These are exciting and trepidatious times for her as she prepares to venture into the unknown and scary world of middle school. As a parent, I can tell you there are many concerns that keep us up nights around successfully and safely navigating this with her. The challenges young girls are up against with the advent of smartphones and social media as a father is sobering. As I educate myself around the current risks in our community around human trafficking, I realize we never really left the big city. The threat in Squamish under the current conditions is real and exists. Being so close to a world destination like Whistler certainly has its drawbacks in this regard. When I read the 2019 report from ONWA, the Ontario Native Women's Association, I became further concerned for her safety. ONWA has identified significant concerns with the relationship between violence against women and resource extraction. Many of the communities in ONWA's northern regions are directly impacted by government-supported resource extraction activities such as mining and forestry. Frequently, these activities involve the establishment of temporary man camps. Man camps are defined as temporary housing facilities constructed for predominantly male workers on resource development projects. Research that has been undertaken in this area demonstrates a correlation between the violent victimization of women and the socioeconomic changes created by the presence of extractive industries in proximity to First Nations communities. Reports by First People Worldwide and the Department of State show that in the areas where extractive industries operate, women and girls experiencing higher rates of gender-based violence, including sex trafficking and intimate partner violence. Sexual violence is disproportionately targeted towards teenage girls, particularly racialized and Indigenous girls. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is the main source of human rights protection in Canada and applies to municipalities and their actions. Section 7 of the Charter states, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person and the right not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. Since our last public hearing when we spoke of this, I've certainly seen the changes occurring around our home. I have personally come across a site where workers were being rather insulting as I walked by, curious as to what they were doing. I have also seen what appear to be fossil fuel workers eyeing up my daughter. This is creating a very dangerous situation for them. I would hate to see someone get hurt badly, but if anything were to happen to my daughter, that will unfortunately be how this story ends. I am asking you today to say no to all work camps in Squamish. Further to this, I am asking you to do the right thing and stand in the way, in any way possible, of this atrocity that has been forced on us. Global warming is real, and our political system is broken and filled with lies. We as citizens of this planet need to do everything we can to slow down global warming, full stop. Stand up for what you know is right and show these greedy, self-serving pillagers of our planet that we can't be bought.
Sir, that you're at 3:20.
I'm almost done.
I'll put you back on the speakers list after, but we need to keep things moving.
I'm almost done. For all of you in support of this pipeline, I have a challenge for you. Listen to the CBC podcast, 2050 Degrees of Change. It's a podcast put together by environmental scientists. Give it a listen and then ask yourself if what you're doing is making the world a better place or just exacerbating the situation.
Mr. Hooper.
In the end, we will all see the error of our ways. What side of this do you want your grandparents to know you were on? Your grandkids, rather. I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't envy your position, but I do urge you to do what you know is the right thing to do, regardless of policy. Finally, I would like to commend Mayor Herford for holding the hand of our provincial politicians to the flame on their interpretation of the Flotel order. We need more actions like this
Hooper,
moving
I
forward.
know you just were saying, making a submission. You've gone well over. We need to
Yes.
keep we need to respect the other people on the speakers list.
Thank you.
If you've got more to
My Squamish is not
add.
for sale. We have more integrity than those who will sell our Squamish down the river for a stipend or a nonsense consulting fee. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your submission. Folks, we do need to stick to the 3 minutes to be fair to the remainder of the people on the speakers list and those that have yet to add their names. But thank you for the submission. Next, I have Roberta Williams, followed by Raina Dubé, and then Robin Sherry.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to let you know that when people are speaking, I couldn't hear them from where I was sitting, and I wasn't that far back. So in order for everyone to hear what we want to share, please rectify that. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Roberta Jacqueline Williams. Teautanot. I'm from Squamish Nation. Squamish is my territory. I just wanted to let you know that among those who voted on this project are elected members of council for our nation, that there were hereditary chiefs that did vote yes. And anyone that does know the history, the hereditary chiefs are the land protectors. My father, Richard Billy, is a hereditary chief. I'm standing here protecting our land. In regards to the temporary use permit number 73 for the Fortis Pipeline project, my concern is the location of the camp. To be situated in Highlands, it's going to be close to Cap U, and everyone says Cap U, but don't forget that Coast Mountain Academy is there. Grades 6 to 12 students are attending there. It's too close to where people are living. I don't know what it's like in other territories, but I think that this is too close to your community. I know from having meetings, LNG hired some of our nation members, and that's the only opportunity that we have to raise any concerns that we have. And we sat and we talked, I think it was in January, we talked about this camp that's going to be located up in the Highlands. And we were told that yes, the individuals that are going to be working there will only have 2 drinks per evening, but they have the ability to come and go as they please because they're going to have their vehicles. So they are going to be going into our town, and nobody's going to be monitoring them. And as you can see, I'm an Indigenous woman. And those are the women that they will be seeking out. Our vulnerable Indigenous women, our young, impressionable girls. We had a person that was working out by Darrell Bay, and the young girls from the high school were going down there to look for somebody to party with. Can you imagine what it's going to be like with them coming and going out of the town? Why do we have to rely on natural resource projects that is going to decimate our communities. It's affecting our climate already. We're feeling it. Getting too hot, getting too cold. It's affecting the wildlife. They're going to be taking that big part of land. Who's living there? All that wildlife going to be pushed out of there, going into the communities. Next, we'll be hearing the Highlands residents complaining about all the bears and wildlife going into the community. What did we do? We took them off their land. I'm asking you, we need to find a better way of getting resources for the communities. The non-Indigenous communities have such a reliance on the economy of the natural resources, but we can't do that anymore. It's destroying our planet. By the time it does that, it's going to be too late. We're not leaving anything for the future generations. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much for your words today. Raina Dubé next, Robin Sherry on deck, and then Lizzie Howard.
My name is Rania Dubé. I live in Garibaldi Highlands. I would like to express my concerns about FortisBC's temporary workforce accommodation application. First and foremost, FortisBC has failed to submit a crucial emergency response plan for the temporary workforce accommodation and an operational evacuation plan. These plans are essential for worker and community safety and should be reviewed by the district before taking the decision on the TUP. Regarding hazardous materials at the work camp, including likely fuel storage, the proximity of these materials to residential areas are between 500 meters and 900 meters and poses a severe fire risk to the University Heights and Garibaldi Highlands neighborhoods. In the event of an uncontrolled fire at the work camp, evacuation times as outlined in the 2019 Sea to Sky multimodal evacuation plan are 13 hours south and 15 hours north via Highway 99. Has FortisBC considered this in their non-existent ERP and OEP? And who will be paying for this when it happens and who will be responsible? A large part of Fortis's work seems to be done by subcontractors, and as we saw with the accident that took place on the highway this year, they didn't take responsibility for the occurrence because it was a subcontractor who caused this. When asked if they do background checks on these workers, Fortis didn't know the answer, which is troubling in itself. There will also be alcohol and 300 cars on the work site in our already congested town, and this will be putting locals and tourists at risk who recreate on that road. I would also like to know what is the plan when they have to increase their workforce, as has happened in other communities with similar projects as this. Fortis workers are currently outbidding locals for our housing, and we again don't have a plan in place to mitigate this. I realize a large number of people taking these decisions in our province and communities are men, but what is the plan to protect young women who will inevitably get propositioned by the Fortis employees? 37% of women in British Columbia reported being sexually assaulted by the age of 15. We also know from the survey outlined by the Squamish Women's Centre the first year LNG was here that 73% of young women reported that they were propositioned by their workers. This is a serious issue, and it feels that the safety of young women is not a priority to the province. I urge all men on the panel to ask the women and girls in their lives what their experience is with this and if they reported it when it happened to them, as this might give you a better idea of what women face in silence on a daily basis. Lastly, I would love to hear if anyone has reviewed the Wilderness Committee LNG plant and export terminal map layers, as there seems to be a large discrepancy from what was posted in the chief newspaper. Has anyone reviewed this, and if so, is there a discrepancy? Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much for your for your submission. Next, I have Robin Sherry, followed by Lizzie Howard and Zach Wasserman.
Hello, staff. Thank you for your time. My name is Robin Sherry. I'm the proponent and founder of the project Squamish Canyon. This has been a 10-year endeavor, a vision and a dream of a local that spent many years, a decade on search and rescue, and 5 years with the Squamish Volunteer Fire Department, and guided for many years. The project, as you are aware, and many of you unanimously voted for back in 2019, has survived the bureaucratic process that is not set up for a small entrepreneur to even make its way through. I sold my home to pay for the compensation for the forest not to be cut down there. I went through COVID, we went through inflation, we got through everything. We raised money to get through the designs, to implement, to show what we were trying to create, which was a vision that would, what we saw coming, which was absorbing the people that we were inviting here, that were coming here for our beauty, but also creating a safe, a low impact space in an aggressive topography and a growing area. We saw the Squamish Canyon as a location that could educate and foster and preserve a gem of our area, a gem now that has gone quite viral on TikTok, and many, many visitors from all around the world are going there now. It has also become an incredible recreational hub. We see kayakers, slackliners, climbers, mountain bikers, dog walkers. This is a tranquil area. And yes, there is some minimal industrial traffic that goes through it. And during our council proceedings and all of our development permits and everything we went through in our zoning change to foster an ecotourism, we are now proposing to run an industrial way through the center of that. This is an area that should be fostered, should be protected, but also understand that yes, there is some industrial pass-through through there, but not 600 workers, not an industrial camp, not for an indefinite amount of time, up to 6 years. We find it very convenient that Fortis's proposal comes conveniently under 3 years and able to fall within the TUP proposal. A TUP proposal that goes completely against the first objective of a TUP, which is not to negatively affect adjacent lands or a business. Well, we are a business. We're a business now that has not invested everything I've had from much support of many of the community members, local workers, engineers, carpenters, and many people that put a lot of pro bono time into this spot. Near the end of this process, where we thought we were almost at the finish line, we then read in the paper that a work camp is proposed on the other side of the river and wants to drive all that traffic through the center of the Squamish Canyon and that recreational area and over our aquifers. I couldn't believe when I read this, and I still couldn't even believe that the proponent, who knew well about us, avoided us and pretended not to even know about us when we reached out to them. That process has been consistent throughout trying to deal with Fortis. They've been disingenuous, dishonest, and even submitted documents that are untruthful. If you can believe it, the first TIA that was submitted stated that almost nobody will leave the camp and go into town on their day off.
You've hit your 3-minute mark, and if you have additional pieces, we'll open the floor after just to come back. So let's try to keep moving. Okay. Thank you for very much for your submission and for spending your time with us here this evening. Next, I have Lizzie Howard, followed by Zach Wasserman, and then Philippa Ainsworth.
Hi, my name is Lizzie Howard. I'm a resident of the Garibaldi Highlands, and I would like to voice my concerns about this work permit. So the role that you play as a council is to look out for the people in our community, and the approval of this work camp permit will do the exact opposite of that. There is hard evidence to suggest that this camp will produce ramifications that this town is not equipped to respond to. Most importantly, some of these ramifications include violence and sexual violence against Indigenous women, children, and queer people, all of which are located within close proximity to the work camp. What will happen if and when these issues affect our community? Do you really believe that Fortis is equipped to address these concerns? Fortis has showed that they claim little to no responsibility or care for their mistakes and for the people living in Squamish. Why approve something that has so much potential to do so much harm in our community? In this case, the benefits of approving the permit do not outweigh the consequences, and Fortis will not be the good neighbors that they claim to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Zach Wasserman and then Philippa Ainsworth.
Good evening, Council. Zach Wasserman, resident of the Garibaldi Highlands. I'm here to speak out in opposition to this temporary use permit and to everything to do with this project. FortisBC has made it abundantly clear with their actions tonight and with their actions over the last 10 years that they do not care for this community. And this is not a project that will come to benefit this community. I know that you as council have a difficult decision to make, balancing the seeming inevitability of this fossil fuel project coming to our town, but we do have a chance to make our voices heard and to influence how this impacts our town. We do not need to stand by while they pay lip service to the real lives of all of the people here who will be affected, to the environment that will be affected, to the new businesses, to the new paradigm of business and of brand that Squamish has been building and that is making Squamish a world-class destination. We do not need to bend over backwards to these billionaires, to these oil companies, to facilitate the extraction that they want to do. It is not our responsibility to solve their problems. They should be coming to us with solutions, and they have, again, made it abundantly clear they aren't even interested in understanding the problem, not even the beginning of it. They walked out tonight before the community had an opportunity to speak. This is not a company, an organization, a project that is here to benefit this community. And I urge you as council to remember that you are here to benefit this community. And we have elected you for this purpose, and we ask you to make the right decision for this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Next, we have Philippa Ainsworth.
Hi there. Yeah, Philippa Ainsworth, resident of Ravens Plateau, just at the top of Valley Cliff. So I was really hoping to come and speak tonight about the Laydown yard, but I know that's not been permitted. So I'm kind of having to pivot on a dime here and take a different path. So I will say that this doesn't actually appear to be a negotiation at all with Fortis, as it was stated by staff earlier. This is a toxic arrogance that is being displayed by Fortis, demonstrating by them leaving this evening. And it's disappointing that they're bullying our community into remission. And I really implore council to take a decision that really does protect our community. The volume of cars, vehicles, and buses on that road is expected to be extensive. And the provision of buses outside of work hours is a nirvana state that will be absolutely impossible for the district and for Fortis to enforce. They are providing a car park for personal vehicles, and they're providing the car park at the site, but then they're also providing a primary car park at the laydown yard. So we are going to have workers who are busing to the laydown yard, and then they're driving their personal vehicles from the laydown yard along the whole stretch of road behind Valley Cliff that is behind the school, it's behind the houses. There is going to be absolutely zero regulation of any vehicle from the laydown yard to the road. And if they think that they're going to be able to enforce their workers to travel by bus from the camp to the laydown yard, it's just not going to happen. They only have autonomy and accountability for the staff during work hours. They're not going to wait for a bus. They're not going to take a bus. It's going to be an absolutely impossible state for the district and or Fortis to be able to enforce. There's also been extensive night use of the road as we speak. My property backs onto the FSR, and I have been out there at 2 a.m. because it sounded like there is an earthquake. I have letters to Flynroe and to the district where I've reported this, because the district, they have literally been trying to get a massive truck down across the bridge just at the back of Valley Cliff, and it has been chaos. And this is at 2:30 in the morning. I then came back out again at 7 a.m. the next morning, spoke to one of the foremen, and they openly admitted we were struggling trying to get a big truck around the bridge. This is one vehicle. that they have struggled. Now, when we have buses, tankers, fuel tankers, that bridge is a single lane bridge that will not support the flow of traffic going from the highway to the construction yard and to the laydown yard. There is nothing plausible that we can around this proposal from Fortis saying that we have to have these cars, we have to have these car parking spaces. Why? I heard no rationale as to why they can't bus everybody to the site. Why do they need to have car parks? Why do they need to have vehicles? They're saying because it's too difficult not to have them. Why is it difficult? What problem does that present? I really feel like Fortis are just paying the council district lip service and aren't really being put in a position to be held accountable. And I think lastly, the evacuation and emergency response, which I know has been something that has been discussed a lot today. Whatever happens at the construction yard, at the workers' camp, we are never going to get everybody out in time. And whatever happens at the construction yard, at the workers' camp is then going to flow down to the construction yard, and it's going to be a disaster. And there is no provision in place to make sure it's safe and to make sure the necessary precautions are put in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your submission. Take a second to check in with council. Are there any questions that come up to you for council on anything we've heard so far? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Sorry, just give me a second here. Yeah, so our OCP is quite clear about the conditions under which we as a district municipality can issue a temporary use permit. The permit permit temporary uses to provide a short-term opportunity when considered appropriate by council without negatively affecting existing businesses or surrounding properties in terms of noise, lighting, parking, traffic, and other impacts. And I was wondering if staff could speak to the legal justification of issuing a TUP given the disruptions that will be experienced by specifically the Squamish Canyon project. And I will quote here from a letter from the owners of the Squamish Canyon project vis-a-vis the impacts of these TUPs, quote, "Our financial analysis shows that the cost of the work camp and the overall impact of Fortis's construction could result in financial losses exceeding $5 million annually. In the worst case scenario, our $22 million project could fail entirely, which would have devastating consequences."
Thanks for the question. So the district's role with respect to consideration of the temporary use permit remains anchored in the generally applicable policies enshrined in the OCP. And the purpose is to allow uses on a temporary basis that are not otherwise permitted by the zoning bylaw when considered appropriate by council. But despite general council discretion in this case, there are a number of provincial enactments that affect energy projects which must be observed, or those that may supersede council discretion. The OCP was adopted after considerable consultation with the public. It includes a short list of policies applicable to these types of permit applications. Staff have evaluated the permit using these considerations and provided advice to council on these considerations, which affect review of adjacent uses and compatibility. Staff note that the land use regulations cannot resolve all conflicts between owners of private property. In general, it creates applicable rules that are intended to minimize the disruptions that arise from different land uses located in proximity to each other. These strategies generally involve things like setbacks, buffers, siting, restrictions on scale, like height, gross floor area, or similar regulations. Staff have assessed the existing land uses in this area, and the conditions that are included in the draft permit reflect staff's assessment of opportunities squarely within the district's statutory authority to mitigate impacts that may arise from the TWA on all the different users of the area in which the TWA is proposed to be located and the traffic that is likely to be generated off-site from the TWA site. So I hope that provides a bit more clarification in terms of staff's ability to evaluate under certain criteria as per the OCP.
Thanks. And I was wondering also if staff could speak to our noise bylaw. I'm just thinking about the people, I'm just thinking about these work days of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and the amount of traffic that's going to be going through proximal to our residential areas. So what is our noise bylaw?
Through the mayor. So our noise bylaw regulates construction noise. It does not regulate traffic. So traffic on the road wouldn't be subject to that.
Even like, and I don't know much about the vehicles that will be used, but I'm assuming they'll have things like engine brakes that are quite loud. I assume. I could be incorrect on that, but that would create a lot of noise for neighbors. That doesn't matter. Just because it's a vehicle, it doesn't.
It would be regulated if it's happening on site. So if there's equipment moving around on the on site where the temporary use is happening, that's certainly subject to our noise bylaw. But no traffic on service roads has no impact on our ability to regulate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. I thought I'd give everyone a progress report. We're kind of approaching the halfway mark of our of my current speakers list. If you are, as you're listening today, if you'd like to add your name too, we still have our staff here to do that. I will open it up to the floor to folks that aren't on the list when we get there. I just wanted to make that clear. And if there's no other questions from council at this point, go ahead. I was going to do an on deck and then I'll go to you. So on deck, we have Miriam Adrangi, Sue Brown, and then Alexander Johnson are on deck, but I'll go to Councillor Pettingill first with a question.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the couple last questions there. I mean, normally when I'm thinking about where we're putting industrial zones or residential zones, I'm thinking also about the sorts of traffic it's likely to generate and thus the impact it's likely to have. So while, I might not expect to regulate vehicles on the road directly, I would sort of think about where am I permitting this general use and industrial use or whatever, because it's likely to have these impacts. And so it seems that we generally actually do have a somewhat indirect ability to manage some of these things by where we zone for certain uses, even if we can't sort of manage the trucks specifically when they're on the road. Do we not have that sort of zoning ability and land use ability?
Could you clarify the question?
Well, for example, I wouldn't, in a normal circumstance, I think, permit a racetrack or I don't know, right next to a residential area, because I might expect sort of loud vehicles at the spot going in and out. And so, I wouldn't expect that when those vehicles are on the road, I could regulate them, but I just wouldn't put that use there because I know the sort of noise it's going to generate in around the area as well as on that site. So I wouldn't zone for that use near that residential area.
If the use that's generating the noise is occurring on the site, then yes, it's subject to our noise bylaw. It's something that we regulate. If this is a traffic that's going to and from construction traffic, it isn't normally something that we would consider. Like we would consider that from a traffic safety perspective. And that is what we're looking at as part of this conditions of the temporary use permit for the workforce lodge. But it's no different. I think the scenario you describe is a construction project happening, say downtown Squamish. There's a 6-story building being built. There's lots of traffic that's coming in and out. It's coming through a residential area to bring equipment in and out. And, that is not normally part of the land use consideration.
So, and this is a bit of a contrived example, but, I might intuitively say, I'm not going to permit a truck yard at the top of Thunderbird because we'd have trucks going in and out, revving, getting up the hill, engine brakes on the way down. And so I just wouldn't permit that use up there because I know the kind of noise that use up there is going to generate for the whole area. And it seems to me that is the sort of thing I would just normally consider in land use planning. And am I mistaken that I'd be able to sort of have that consideration, that sort of consideration?
It's really difficult to respond to a hypothetical scenario like that. So my apologies if I can't give a very direct answer. But we're looking at this case, so we've examined this case and the traffic we expect to happen associated with this proposal. And is staff's assessment that the traffic management can happen safely to and from the site. And that will be, if council approves the permit, that will form part of the conditions in kind of finalizing the traffic management plan, especially through the Powerhouse Springs Road area.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. Reading our noise bylaw, it states construction noise means any noise, sound, or vibration made or associated with a construction site, including on one's own property. In moving, there's 2 bullet points that don't apply here, and then a 3rd bullet point, in moving or operating any machine, engine, or equipment. So this seems to me, if you're moving heavy machinery specifically onto a construction site or a laydown yard, in my read of what it says there, I would think that movement of equipment onto site would be included as something that's regulated under our noise bylaw. But am I misunderstanding that?
Through the mayor, that is correct. So once the equipment gets to site, that's when the noise bylaw regulates it as construction noise. Before it gets there, on the service roads, that would not be subject to the noise bylaw.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Stoner online, and then I'd like to move on to some more submissions. We'll come back to council with some more questions as needed, but go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering if staff can clarify for me and others perhaps what commitments have been made in order to manage the traffic impacts along the Mamquam Forest Service Road and then beyond. So what considerations have been made within the existing TUP proposal?
Through the mayor, Devin Kinaga, Manager of Development Engineering. Sorry, I want to make sure I get this right. We do have it written down.
That's all right. I just want to keep you on your toes. We haven't directed any questions to you yet, Devin.
Appreciate it. Sorry about that. Specific to the mitigation solutions proposed by FortisBC with regards to the canyon. What they are proposing is to try and minimize traffic volumes as much as possible through shuttling workers. They also want to, are they also proposing to operate a gate to move the existing yellow gate to another location, and also to operate a gate with a security guard 24/7 throughout the operation and construction of the camp. They have also indicated willingness to work with the canyon on another gate that has been proposed by the Canyon Project and the operation of that as well, to try and mitigate any impacts from a volume perspective on their operations. And I'll ask for one question of clarification. Are you speaking specifically to the Canyon Project or to the overall impacts to traffic?
The overall impacts to traffic.
Oh, my apologies. I misheard that. So the other impacts or the other mitigation solutions that they are proposing specific to the intersection with Mamquam FSR and the highway is to limit left turns onto the highway from either direction if for some reason they were to be on the west side, but also on the east side, ensure that there are no left turn movements from any of their project traffic. So all turning movements would have to be right hand turns, and if people wanted to go the opposite direction, they'd have to find a suitable turnaround point. There are other mitigation requirements in the TUP conditions, which include construction of curbing, paint lines on the highway, so some minor highway upgrades. Also, construction of a crosswalk on the Mamquam FSR to connect the two parking lots that are on the east side of the highway, as well as requirement to install flashing beacons at that crosswalk. That would be pending MOTI approval. And then also digital and static signage on the Mamquam FSR and potentially on the highway such as say like speed readers and that kind of thing. Once again, anything on the highway pending MOTI approval.
That's helpful. Thank you. And then can you remind me just how many their like parking management strategy is to primarily use the parking that is not at the temporary workforce accommodation, and how many parking stalls are there off-site? And if you don't have that number immediately, you can come back to it if we want to keep things moving. But
I do have it. Give me one moment. Where is it? Maybe come back in a moment and I'll dig it up. Thanks.
Thank you. And as we await that, I mean, I'll have a simpler question. I just want to make sure that we understand the measures that you just mentioned around improvements at Highway 99, Malcolm Forest Service Road. Are those explicitly linked to the approval of the issuance of this permit, or are those project related? Given that there's, regardless of decisions, there will be a tremendous amount of traffic and interest in that intersection.
Through the chair. So these requirements would be linked to the TUP, but they are driven by general increase in traffic to that intersection as a result of the project.
Okay, thank you. On this specific point, okay, go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Just with regards to these and being linked to the TUP, does this mean there would be conditions of the TUP, and what would be the mechanism for enforcement or the consequence if these aren't followed through on or aren't having the intended impact?
Sorry, if you could just repeat the question one more time.
Yeah, it was mentioned that these mitigations, proposed mitigations, are linked to the TUP. So I'm just wondering, does that mean they are proposed as conditions to the TUP, and related to that, what is the mechanism for enforcement, or if these aren't working out, what happens? Can we revoke the TUP? Can we, or just they have to come up with a new plan, or what happens?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and thank you for repeating the question. I appreciate it. So yes, the mitigations would be linked to the TUP through the requirement of providing an updated traffic management strategy that needs to be reviewed and approved by staff. So essentially, all the mitigations need to be outlined in that traffic management strategy, including their enforcement plans around those mitigations. And then that needs to be approved by staff in terms of specific mitigations relating to the traffic safety concerns. FortisBC has indicated that they will have a monitor in place to be able to monitor things like no left-hand turns. We would expect that the process is laid out in the traffic management strategy as to how they will report on their compliance around that condition. District staff would treat this like any other condition, and work to enforce the conditions based on current district policy procedures.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will go back to the public. Miriam Andrangi. Am I getting close? I'm sorry.
Closer. Yeah.
Closer. All right, thank you.
I'm Miriam Adrangi from next time. Good. I'm a resident of Brackendale. I wanted to call on council to reject the TUP. I really wanted to reference some of that cultural and gender sensitivity training or whatnot that that we've already seen Woodfibre and Fortis kind of bring forward and invite community members into. So what I found really interesting is that their tips for how to create a safe community are really predicated on hypervigilance, on fear, and in a sense, acknowledging that these work camps bring gender-based violence into our communities and not really saying, no, this doesn't happen. Like, we're gonna do what we can to actually address the root causes of gender-based violence and what work camps do to bring that into communities. Instead, they were operating under the conditions of, yes, that happens when the fossil fuel industry comes into communities. And so I think that's really important to note that if these companies acknowledge it's an issue, then we should acknowledge that it's an issue. We shouldn't pretend and be delusional that, you know, we're just slamming these workers or making a negative light because the industry is coming to us and saying the only way to stay safe is to be ready with self-defense, to make sure if you're a woman, you lock your doors at night and if you're close to the work camp. And so I think we really need to be, to acknowledge that. That's probably the only thing that the industry is telling the truth about, because they clearly came in here and said, hey, we care about your concerns, and left right after. That was just so blatant. So I think we really need to pay attention to some of these signs, because industry is really working in such a, to be honest, they're operating from such a regular common playbook. Like, they came in here and sent a woman to give us negative basically news, things people didn't want to hear. Like, look at all the Stop Fortis signs. Like, negative news is always nicer coming from a woman, let's be real. And I also want to address just this issue of them coming here and saying, we want to help with the housing crisis and to relieve housing stresses. If they're staying in hotels and if they're staying in accommodations here in Squamish, let's be real, they want this work camp because it's cheaper for them. They care about how much it costs. They're not going to get evicted if they're in their own work camp. They're not going to have the tourism industry say, no, we're going to have a max on 5 days and how long you're staying here. This is for them. This isn't to help us, and this isn't for our community.
Thank you very much for your submission. Next, we have Sue Brown.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sue Brown. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Staff Lawyer at Justice for Girls. Justice for Girls is an advocacy organization and NGO based in Vancouver. We advocate for the rights and equality of teenage girls and their human rights. We work with girls throughout the province of British Columbia, providing services in response to rape and trafficking, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It has been our observation, and it is an unequivocal fact, that violence is associated with resource extraction industries. That is not a question that's up for debate. That's a recognized fact nationally and internationally. We're going to the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women in a month to present to the committee on this issue. And I was pleased to see that over a quarter of the 42 submissions made by Canadian NGOs highlighted this fact, that industrial projects result in human rights violations towards particularly Indigenous women and girls and women and girls. The only greater threat to girls' human rights in Canada is climate change. And we have to acknowledge that fact as well. The UN has been very clear that we need to see no more fossil fuel projects approved. We need to move towards sustainables. And we need to understand that climate change is a threat multiplier. And that means that not only are we seeing violence associated with these camps as an immediate human rights violation at the behest of corporations, that is the responsibility of our governments at all levels, federal, provincial, and municipal, to prevent. But we're also going to see long-term impacts that are going to result in housing insecurity, poverty, food insecurity, environmental devastation, displacement, forced migration, all of which impact the rights and equality of women and girls. And it falls to women and girls as the greatest recipients of the gravest human rights violations worldwide. And we need only look worldwide to see how that has played out in women and girls' lives, particularly with respect to gender-based violence, particularly with respect to human trafficking, rapes, disappearances, and murders. We see it in the north. I have traveled to the northwest. I've been to Kitimat. I've been to Terrace. I've been to Dawson Creek. I have spoken to those girls and those women, and they have told me, and a direct quote from one teacher who reached out to us for support because she was seeing girls as young as 12 and 14 being lured to parties with workers in Kitimat. And we were talking about the impacts of these projects in our communities and how they impact us, they impact the girls that we care so much about, the girls who we are tasked with protecting their futures. And she said, you know what those corporations do? They rape us, they pillage us, and then they leave. And that is exactly what Fortis is going to do. That is exactly what wood fiber is going to do, because the reality is that the bottom is about to fall out of the fossil fuel market, and we are going to suffer the consequences. And more importantly, girls are going to suffer the greatest consequences. So I implore you to say no to Fortis and the work camp, not just because the work camp is going to bring human trafficking, not just because it's going to cause serious harm to this community, but because we as communities have to stand up and say no more to these corporations, no more fossil fuel, no more human rights violations. They cannot be the cost of doing business anymore. And we have to stand together courageously and say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. I just was passed a note that staff have the parking numbers, and then we're going to go to Alexander. So do you have the answer on the, I believe it was Councillor Stoner's questions around parking numbers?
Through the chair, yes. So the worker accommodation site is proposing 325 parking spots. There's an additional anticipation of 350 or more sites available or to be available proposed at the laydown yard.
Okay. Councillor Stoner, did that trigger a follow-up from you, or you're good? Okay. Over to you, sir.
Hello, my name is Alexander Johnson. I live here in Squamish. I'd like to make one thing really clear. This isn't about the workers. This is about the company and its consistent lack of accountability. I'm in favor of rejecting this work camp because it means that the workers will be dispersed into the community, and that as renters, they will also learn more about the community and or make healthier choices and connections to people in the location. Squamish was once a proud industrial town. Why are we shoving these workers up on a hill or on an ocean when they have so much right to rent here as anyone else does? Fortis have already said they got the money to spend for the rent, so why are we talking about this? Speaking as a renter, I would rather humbly welcome these transient workers into a housing market than waste Squamish resources on this work site. The work camp is not going to protect the housing market, as we cannot dictate people's freedoms, and the company have no measures to prevent the inevitable pilgrimage. What I'm most concerned about, however, is the guilty verdict against the Kitimat wood fiber work camp, which in 2023 was ruled as workplace harassment, described in court as bullying on steroids. I was censored when I wrote to the local newspaper about sharing the story, and I was told this was for legal reasons, and my sentence about the workplace harassment was removed. This is the same thing that happened when I tried to post about it on the subreddit Squamish News, which I believe is also moderated by that same newspaper. You won't find that story anywhere. We definitely haven't heard this company talking about it. Why the local newspaper hasn't, when they've so densely spoken about this situation, that's a big problem. Last time I spoke here, the person before me was reciting the newspaper, so think about that. In the guilty harassment case, the victim said that they would have been drawn close to the edge of their life had they been mentally unstable, with nowhere to turn to. And this is something I can relate to in my experience with WorkSafe BC, who will regulate that work camp and have no policy definition for the word safe, yet educate pseudo-safety and training while they net profit off of this. So we don't need that in Squamish. Just keep them as renters. We don't deal with WorkSafe BC. They have no honor. The biggest issue though is crime. Let's forget everything else. Biggest issue is crime. If we approve this work camp, we make the drugs easier to funnel, and that's not an insult on the workers. I have plenty of friends who do drugs, and that's part and parcel as to why the crime follows around these work camps. I also strongly suggest everybody go listen to the superintendent come and threaten this council to pay insurance. He made up some story about it'd take him 2 years to get here and blah, blah, blah. But like in reality, he's coming here because he knows he can sell insurance. And if you listen to it, he says, basically, if you don't pay it, you're going to see loads of murders happening in your town. Was that not what he said, council? You were there. I listened. There's a lot of other things that I'd really like to say, and I think that we've been divided and conquered against each other, and we're not talking about the real issue, which is crime. And that doesn't insult the workers. It's the company that don't have accountability compiled with all this negligence is not something we need. And thank you for listening. I think they would be much safer themselves as renters too. So thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Now I have Pega Pakarimi. Sorry, I'm definitely going to be corrected on this one. My apologies. Davina Dubé on deck, and then Thomasina Pigeon.
Good evening. My name is Pegapur Karimi, and I am the Executive Director of AWARE, otherwise known as the Association of Whistler Area Residents for the Environment. And I'm also the small business owner of To the Next Journey Hot Sauce here in Squamish. And I sit on the Squamish Farmers Market Board, and I'm a resident of Squamish. But I come to you tonight with my proudest hat on, a mom of twin boys who I spend most of my days gallivanting around with. These two boys are a direct source of inspiration for me on a daily basis to do what I can every day to support the climate resilience movement, but most importantly, to be involved on the path to create a brighter future. Where you sit today is not easy. Thank you all for all of the energy that you've committed to listening to the community and continue to do so. As a family, one of the things that gives us most joy and an element of our lives that I'm deeply grateful for is the access to mountain biking and hiking and getting to spend time up in those wilderness spaces with our boys. I find it terribly ironic that I spent most of this week talking to them about Go by Bike Week and the importance of active transportation models. And then I told them tonight, as I left dinner, that I'm going to the public hearing related to a work camp for a fracking project. Honorable Mayor, councillors, and staff, we are in a very, very interesting moment in history. We are on the tipping point. This precarious moment in history is where we should be marshaling all of our resources, energy, to pave the way for the future. I urge you to use this moment as an opportunity to demonstrate courage and flip this script. Studies during construction of similar industrial projects with large numbers of temporary construction workers have shown increased demands on hospitals, counseling, police, and ambulance services, increased rate of violent crime, increased rate of violence against women, children, Indigenous women in particular, and LGBTQ population, increased home prices, inflated rental costs, and decreased housing availability. Increased numbers of workplace accidents, substance abuse and misuse, traffic accidents, collisions, rates of prostitution and sex trafficking, COVID-19 outbreaks and sexually transmitted diseases, and increased waste disposal issues. The District of Squamish aims to decrease the diversion of waste from landfill to 80% and reduce the per capita landfill waste to 300 kilograms. This strategy was just recently approved in 2022. That was only 2 years ago. I urge you to consider all of these things and flip this script. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your submission. Davina.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and District staff. My name is Davina Dubé. I live in Brackendale. The FortisBC pipeline construction has already inflicted significant damage on the Indian River Valley, clear-cutting over 30 kilometers of second growth, mature, and old growth forest. It has disrupted the spring 2024 spawning season for steelhead and cutthroat trout in the Indian River by using open-cut trenching through the riverbed instead of directional drilling beneath the river to install the pipeline. The wetlands behind Valley Cliff, home to the endangered red-legged frog, are slated for destruction. This high-pressure gas pipeline will run along Squamish homes through our town, creating major safety hazards for our community. The project also puts the Squamish River estuary and its main stem at risk, as the pipeline will run beneath these vital habitats before reaching the wood fiber LNG export facility, where the gas flaring will pollute the air of our valley. In addition, the supposedly treated wastewater from wood fiber and the BC rail site will flow into Howe Sound during construction, and the massive LNG tankers will disrupt the newly revived marine life of Howe Sound. To top this all off, and where I get to my point, is that FortisBC is putting Squamish's primary drinking water source, the Ring Creek Aquifer, at risk by locating the temporary workforce accommodation right next to it. I'm deeply concerned about the proximity of the camp, the parking lot, and the access road to this crucial water source. The construction and ongoing use of the site introduces risk of contamination, especially hazardous materials used at the work camp. District staff acknowledge that while preventive measures will be taken, if an accident occurs, cleanup would be lengthy, costly, and involve higher levels of government. I researched the project of decontaminating drinking water aquifers, and as expected, it involves advanced treatment technologies and processes that take anywhere from a few years to decades, depending on the complexity of the hydrological connectivity of the aquifer, as well as the level of contaminations and toxins introduced. Further, post-remediation monitoring can take often as long as 5 to 10 years to ensure the water source is safe for public consumption. As Councillor Hamilton questioned, no financial mechanism has been proposed by the proponent to ensure the cleanup costs are not passed on to taxpayers. The total cost for remediating a drinking water aquifer could be anywhere from $100,000 to several $1 million. Can we really afford to take this gamble with our growing community's drinking water? And is it worth a 3-year temporary use permit from a proponent that couldn't even be bothered to listen to our community's concern this evening? My question to Mayor and Council is, what exactly is Squamish gaining from this pipeline? Aside from a small contribution to the cost of the CT scanner paid by Woodfibre LNG and some minor donations to local nonprofits, this project brings no real benefit to our community. In fact, we will be subsidizing social services, including hospital use, recreational facilities, and police services for Fortis workers. It seems that Squamish is bearing all the risk with no meaningful return. Please vote no to the TUP and protect our community's drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Thomasina Pigeon is our next speaker, and then we have Nail Hart, followed by Spencer Fitchin.
Good evening, people. Thomasina Pigeon here, Squamish resident. So a few years ago, some of you on council may remember the Beagle residents of Squamish proposed doing a little campground down at the Power Springs Road. That was nearly accepted on staff from the Canyon Springs project showed up and said that vehicle residents would be a fire hazard. This project was quickly shut down thanks to his input. But as a result, the district shut us down, and as you know, we have nowhere to stay legally in Squamish. And I'm talking about this because it's a housing issue also. But today, FortisBC are proposing a 600-person work camp in the same area, in the same vicinity, to house people who are working to construct the much opposed fossil fuel wood fiber LNG project. My concerns here are, how can the government turn down a meager campground in an area that already exists for people that live and work here, yet when big money talks, they entertain the idea of bending the rules and propose to expand the area and road to fit a 600-person man camp for the oil and gas industry, and during a climate emergency at that. It makes absolutely no sense. Putting in a gas pipeline is a fire hazard. Putting in a 600-man camp is a fire hazard. Supporting the oil and gas industry is a fire hazard. If you can't find places for those people who live here and call vehicles homes, how can you have it that you can find space for the 600-man camp? How will you realistically mitigate and manage a 600-person man camp? Additionally, there are concerns with workers accessing the camp via the Mancom Forest Service Road. As some have already said, this road is extremely busy with the many locals and visitors who come to enjoy this place. A 600-person man camp is only going to create more traffic, noise, and pollution and dangers. And by dangers, I'm talking about the aggressive drivers who create an unsafe road for the many who walk, run on this road. And as I've experienced myself, even crossing the road has been dangerous. The hypocrisy is very clear. Big money talks, as we have heard from those who speak up to support this project. I have lost faith in the system, and I've lost faith in all of our elected officials who are unable to move past the menial, colonial, and capital mentality that puts a price tag on human beings and the value of our environment. Specifically, Councillor and former Woodfibre LNG employee John French, who had the audacity to laugh at a social media post that shared my concerns that I just mentioned. This boom and bust economy and this mentality needs to end. For these reasons, I stand opposed to the FortisBC work camp and agree with those who have already spoken, who are not profiting from this corporation and this project. It is time that our government listen to the people and to the water and lands which we all share. Land acknowledgements are merely empty words without respecting our relations. That's human and non-human. I therefore urge those before me to not defer or refer this temporary use permit back to staff, but to immediately reject it while we are all watching, so there's full accountability and transparency, because after all, we live in a democracy, so you say. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nail Hart, followed by Spencer Fitchin, and then Keenan Miles on deck.
Hello, my name is Nail Hart. I'm a resident of Brackendale and here to share a letter on behalf of former Mayor Patricia Heinzman. Hello, Council. I intended to speak at tonight's public hearing in person to give some historical context and perspective from my position as Mayor 2014 to 2018 to the worker accommodation issues regarding FortisBC and WLNG and add my comments to the TUPs before you. Unfortunately, I forgot about a prior commitment and cannot be there in person. That's why I'm here. Well, I would have been here anyway. Please add to this letter to the public record, and if any member of council wishes to read it into the record, they are welcome to do so. About 6+ years ago, I was approached as mayor by a local work camp services company about the potential workforce camp sites in the Squamish area. Considering WLNG's EA submission at the time made no reference for such a need, and FortisBC's only alluded to a relatively small work camp housing need, I asked them to meet with both WLNG and FortisBC's to get clarification directly from them. I must say it was a little concerning to hear about the potential man camps in our town from the workforce camp provider and not the proponents themselves. At the time, WLNG clearly indicated that they saw no need for the added accommodation for their project because, according to them, they were going to hire predominantly local people, either from the Sea to Sky corridor or from the North Shore, Vancouver, Lower Mainland areas. I was very skeptical at the time because unemployment was low and housing availability was at zero, and as I understood it, the type of skilled labor they required was not available locally. We had already had a significant accommodation crisis in the community at the time, and the added stress of several hundred employees descending on Squamish for these two affiliated projects would further stress the already challenging housing situation. I suggested that if they wanted to be good corporate citizens and plan appropriately for the future of their project and leave a positive legacy for the community, they should consider building or commissioning affordable housing complexes for their workers. And once their accommodation needs for their communities was done, they could leave an important housing asset for the community. Remember, this is 6+ years ago, and there was lots of time to initiate such a brick and mortar project. WLNG immediately dismissed the idea and told me they did not need workforce accommodation. It seems this ship has sailed and workers for WLNG are housed on a boat on site. Similarly, I talked with FortisBC about their workforce accommodation needs and plans. They indicated to me at the time, 2018, that most of their workers would be based out of Coquitlam in any event. Their workers usually showed up in a town with their own RVs and trailers and would situate themselves at campgrounds. I pointed out that we have very few campgrounds in Squamish and that they were full of tourists during the summer months and that this is not a viable strategy for worker housing. I strongly urge them to be proactive about accommodation for their workers so that they would not negatively affect an already existing housing crisis in Squamish and suggested that they consider a partnership with WLNG, an actual brick and mortar solution that left a lasting and positive legacy in Squamish. Again, they told me it was not an issue, and if they determined they needed worker accommodation, it would only be a small workforce camp as outlined in their EA application. Soon after my term as mayor ended, so I'm not certain what discussions have occurred over the past 2 years, in the past two councils, 6 years, with either FortisBC or Woodfibre LNG. We can all speculate whether FortisBC and WLNG were purposely deceptive as so not to disrupt their environmental assessment applications underway at the time, or were they significantly obtuse or did not appreciate nor understand the scope of their own project and the effect their housing needs might have on the community. Either way, both FortisBC and Woodfibre LNG now say their workforce housing needs are significant and they need a solution now. As you know, and outlined in the staff report, Fortis received an EA amendment in 2022 to increase the size of their work camp in Squamish 3.5-fold, from 2 hectares to 7 hectares. I humbly request Council reject FortisBC's temporary use permit for a workforce camp off Powerhouse Springs Road as particularly presented. As you know, work camps have a notorious history in the communities across BC for decades. And although some aspects of these camps have improved, there is a significant effect in any community that hosts them. TUPs can be a maximum of 6 years, 2 3-year TUPs as outlined in the Local Government Act. At the very least, Council should consider reducing the size of the work camp back to the proposed original 2 hectares. I don't believe there is any requirement for Council to maintain a 7-hectare perimeter as outlined in their EA certificate. It just has to be smaller than 7 hectares. And consider only granting a 2-hectare TUP for only 1 year. This will allow Council to observe and reassess this TUP in a year instead of being married to a workforce camp in this location for 3 years. I also have significant concerns about the proximity of FortisBC's proposed construction yard to the Valley Cliff neighborhood. By all accounts, this appears to be a loud, disruptive, busy work yard. This proposed yard is also at the junction of a very well-used area for hikers, bikers, and of all types, walkers, and other important tourism amenities. I ask that you consider rejecting this TUP outright. Thank you for taking your time, taking into consideration my concerns and perspectives. Best of luck in your deliberation. These decisions are never easy nor straightforward, and I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness on this matter. Sincerely, Patricia Heinzman. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much for that. And I had a spot on the speakers list for that to be read into the record by a corporate officer, but thank you for taking that on. I would like to extend you the opportunity if you wish to make your own submission before we go back for people that haven't spoken yet, just to, if you'd like to take advantage of that, just wave at me and when we get there, okay? And that letter also is available in the agenda package where we capture all the correspondence that we've received. If anyone's interested in reading it, although it was a great rendition, so thank you very much for that, Spencer Fitchin, and then Keenan Miles, followed by Tristan Jenkins.
I think Spencer Fitchin, Garibaldi Highlands. And I think I'll be reasonably brief and give some of my time to Mr. Hopper. It's morphed a little bit, the talk I was going to have today, and it's based on a lot of the things that have been said very passionately by many people who have spoken tonight. Most of you wouldn't be surprised that I'm against the project, so I'm just going to make a few comments, I think. One of the things that Fortis has started to utilize as a tagline is 30 years your neighbor. I remember 30 years ago when they ran the pipeline to Vancouver Island through Squamish, they actually weren't going to put a T on the line to supply Squamish with natural gas because there was no money in it. Squamish had to actually go intervene in Victoria and tell Fortis to supply Squamish with gas before they would actually do it. They were after all of the pulp mills and all the heavy industry on the way to Vancouver Island. So, I mean, neighborly, not really for 30 years. In terms of, I'm having some issues with the jurisdiction. BC Energy Regulator has weighed in on the laydown yard and the work camp in one form or another. The EAO has weighed in on both in one way or another. Squamish is determining what to do and weighing in on them. The laydown yard I see as very clearly an oil and gas activity, and that one I see very clearly BC Energy Regulator has probably the biggest stick in that game. The camp is not an oil and gas activity, and therefore I do believe that the only people with jurisdiction with that particular facility is the District of Squamish. So if we're relying on anything that the EAO, Ministry of Environment, or the Energy Regulator has done, I would suspect we probably should be doing it ourselves and not relying on others, because I do believe it is 100% our jurisdiction. But on that question, when I look through the proposal for the TUP application with the district, basically objectives in the OCP under the green growth management boundaries basically say that all development is to occur within the district's growth management boundary. And in addition, Section E adds that we may consider the following land uses for all lands outside the growth management boundary. And within the application and the summary that was provided, two things have been shown or used as an excuse or used as criteria from the 5 possibles to be able to accept a TUP application. And one is, does the project have significant employment generating activities, excluding service commercial? And I'm going to argue that it's not. It's actually a result of significant employment generated activities, and this one will not do that for us. And the second one that's been used as criteria within the OCP to accept this is an industrial activity which requires minimal servicing. This is not an industrial activity.
Despite your attempt at brevity, we were at 3 minutes, 30 seconds. So I'm going to need to call, I need to call time on your submission here. But we will have a second round if you have additional points to make later in the evening. I know it's hard. I'm also a long form human and I'm challenged by that. Keenan Miles, Tristan Jenkin, and then Michael Dubell.
Hello, my name is Keenan Miles. I live in the Garibaldi Highlands, and I wanted to come talk to you guys to express some concerns I have with this work camp specifically. I want to echo a lot of things that have been said tonight. I'm pretty concerned with the location of this work camp, being that it's going to be really close to Capilano University. As a former Quest student, I can definitely speak to the fact that a lot of students like recreate and hang out in that area already. And so I'm definitely concerned about that, given the not so good reputation that these work camps have with increased rates of violence against women, and especially younger girls, as a lot of people have spoken to. In one study done by the Firelight Group, they found that rates of violence against women increased by about 38% in the first year of industrial projects. And like Jackie said, I think like, I don't know for certain, but I would believe that in a lot of other communities, these work camps are not so close to residential areas as this one is. And so it's crazy to me that this is not only close to a residential area, but also to a university. And I really just would like it if you guys took that into consideration, especially Councillor Hamilton, as a former student of yours. I really would appreciate if you take the safety of the students at future students at Capilano University into consideration when you vote on this, because I think your vote counts quite a bit for this one. So thank you guys for your time today.
Thank you very much for your submission. Next, I have Tristan Jenkins, followed by Michael Dubell, and then I'd like to pause for a round of questions from council.
Good evening. I would like to ask before I begin that anybody who's staring at their computer screen unnecessarily or having side chats, please bring your attention to the podium. We've had 26 lovely speakers tonight, and I honestly am not going to do as good a job sharing the facts and the figures as these lovely humans and community members have done. I trust that's in the meeting minutes and you'll all go through it. But I will say that I am 100% not in favor, and I would like our elected council to reject this proposition for three main reasons. Drinking water is not something that we have the right to influence the quality of. It is a common property. I know this temporary use permit may be 2 years old, perhaps, but I know the man over here, David Rolston, might have some comments on when, in fact, they started looking at the quality of our drinking water and the risk it posed to our community. I'll let him speak to that if he wants to. We do not have conclusive evidence that our drinking water is going to be safe. I'm standing here as a father of 4 children in this community. I drink water from the tap. My children drink water from the tap. We're about to have an organization attempt to build a 600-person man camp with untold amounts of effluent, industrial runoff that goes into, guess what? The lower Mamquam drinking water aquifer. Before anything can be approved, we need to have absolute due diligence. We need to go deep into that process. Nobody here has enough information to make a decision on that right now. And as we can tell from the staff members over here on this side of the panel, they don't have enough information either. There's so many questions still yet to be decided upon. That's a major theme from this experience tonight. So if you have any thoughts, please bring them back to here, this podium. I'm going to say something else.
1 second before you continue, as I'm paying acute attention, I need you to direct your remarks to council through me, not directly to staff.
Thank you.
For future comments. Continue.
Thank you. Thank you. My dear friend, Robin Sherry, a statesman, a representative of this community, a figurehead of the Squamish economy, a bright star in what we're trying to build here in this community, represented by the council. Over 10 years of effort put into this. All of a sudden, we have a competing interest for the land. Are we really going to go ahead and turn our back on what the future of Squamish is about in order to approve a temporary 3-year, but as he mentioned, probably longer, if you heard those comments, this is at least 6 years. Let's be real about this. This is not a 3-year project. The cleanup could be as long as our entire lifetimes. This gentleman has risked everything to put our economy on the map. We are not going to turn our back on what that means. Elected council, do the right thing, reject this proposal, please, and thank you for your efforts tonight.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Michael Dubell. Okay, we're going to pause to see if there's any questions from council. Council, any questions? One thing we didn't cover tonight, it was that if the mayor needs to step away, say to refill his glass of water, that acting mayor, Councillor Pettingill, will run the meeting for just a second. So I'm going to call Sylvian Fuller up, and then Sanjay Carter-Rav and Kim Benson on deck. I'm not going far, I'll just be right here, but Councillor Pettingill, you're in charge for a minute.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to direct a question to staff with regards to concerns around that we've heard around drinking water protection. This is something that has come to light relatively recently, and I'm just wondering if staff can speak to what the current protections are on that aquifer and well, and what is allowed based on current zoning.
Through the mayor, there is a Section 17 watershed reserve area that it's a groundwater protection zone. And what that does is it triggers the province to review any land use applications within that zone to ensure that any of those land uses wouldn't compromise a community water source.
The site is currently zoned for resource, so it allows things for like gravel extraction. Rather heavy machinery can be used on site at this time.
Through the mayor, the Section 17 watershed would go beyond zoning, so that if there were any specific land use applications even within that zone, that it would still trigger a review by the province to ensure that it wouldn't compromise drinking water quality.
And does this TUP fall within that Section 17 review?
Through the mayor, the access road to the temporary work camp does fall within the western portion of the groundwater protection zone, and the work camp itself is outside of it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to Sylvia Fuller.
Thank you very much. I'm Sylvia Fuller. I am a resident of Valley Cliff, specifically the Ravens Plateau neighborhood. I live on Cherry Drive. I'm therefore set to be very directly impacted by both the temporary use permit 73 and 74. And I will say I'm disappointed not to be able to speak to 74 because that very much impacts myself and my immediate neighbors as well in a negative way. And the mitigations that have been proposed do not seem remotely adequate to address the loss of quality of life for us. I share many of the concerns about safety raised by my neighbors and community members here, and I thank them for the eloquent statements that they have made. I'm going to speak to something that is also a safety concern based on my own experiences living very close to the Mamquam Forest Service Road. And what I see is, again, a lack of any realistic mitigation of the negative impacts for the residents of our neighborhood. This is a Forest Service road that is very heavily trafficked already. We have seen considerable increase in traffic already with this project. The dust abatement is totally inadequate as it stands, and with an increase of traffic, that will be potentially a problem. But even if they pave the road, there's a challenge for safety because this is a road that has many walkers, many bikers, and where many people cross the road to access the trails next to the river. I live where people walk in front of my house. I cross that road myself every day. There's probably 50 people on a given day who cross that road. It is becoming dangerous and difficult to cross the road. With the increase of traffic, with the increase of speed that comes with the way the road is being changed, it will be increasingly dangerous for the residents to be able to continue to take advantage of the recreational values and activities that are really important to members of our neighborhood. It will be dangerous to use the road. It will be even more dangerous to cross the road. And I'm very concerned that the only mitigations in place are for the Squamish Canyon site and at the intersection of the highway. There needs to be, if this goes forward, which I do not support, there needs to be additional mitigation that actually reflects the current use of the road so that people can continue to use it safely and that they can continue to access the river. And as it stands, there's nothing there in place for that. And I'm very concerned about the well-being of my neighbors, the children, everybody who currently uses that road and crosses that road on a regular basis. Now, it may seem like a small issue until somebody gets killed crossing the road. It's already very dangerous. And again, the broader issues around the safety of women and girls, the safety potentially of our water, and of course, all the issues with, what we're doing with the environment more broadly are very much a concern as well. But the details and the specific mitigations that are in place in the plans are not sufficient to address the risk. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Sanjay Carter Rav, followed by Kim Benson.
Hello, my name is Sanjay Carter Rao. Thank you for your time. I've been a resident of Squamish for the last 6 years, currently in the Garibaldi Highlands. It's approaching my bedtime, and many others have spoken more eloquently and with more supply of facts. I'm not quite sure if repeating those facts will sway or influence your decision, but I have learned in my life that silence is taken for consent. So I would like to add my voice to the dissenting voices of the Squamish population and say, please reject the TUP that is on the agenda currently. We heard from the proponent that deadlines are very tight. I would like to remind you of the deadlines that we are currently facing. Current estimates say we have 4 years, 299 days, and 17 hours to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And every community, including ours, is a front line in this endeavor. Please keep that in mind as you make your decisions in the limited silo of this TUP. A Fortis executive recently wrote in an op-ed generously published by our local paper, calling their organization our neighbors. Fortis is not our neighbor. It exists to generate profit and does not listen to the word no. In the last few years, Fortis and other similar companies have been lobbying our government countless times. In a 4-year period, that was over 2,000 times in various capacities. Again, this does not feel like neighborly behavior. Perhaps those were innocent encounters, asking for a spare egg for a baking project or borrowing a ladder to pick some fruit, but I have my doubts. In 2020, Fortis said that they were so impressed with Squamish's climate plan that they wanted to hire someone to assist this. As the district is a regulatory body, this feels like a conflict of interest, and I would like to hear from the council and staff how that sort of conflict of interest works. If somebody was hired from a Fortis grant and they worked on helping to put together or answer questions in this TUP, is there some sort of problem with that? I don't really understand these bureaucratic intricacies. Lately, when I'm having trouble sleeping, I've been thinking about the concept of moral beauty. And I've never seen a corporation act with altruism or moral beauty. This company's main function is to provide a gas that has been shown to harm human beings. They hide methane slips and want other countries to burn this gas at the cost of our planet's health. Neighbors look out for each other, and people in Squamish have been reducing, reusing, and recycling, biking to work, planting food gardens, buying electric cars as displays of care for all humans. Fortis, however, dodges their dues by passing on carbon tax costs to consumers. I frequent the area in question, and I would like some clarity on how the terminology of minimal impacts was arrived at. Was SORCA or the Squamish Access Society contacted for consultation? How was that determined? I think I'm out of time, so I will cut my ramble short. If there are many questions, please reject this TUP. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Next, we have Kim Benson and then Des Dumais, followed by Peter Gordon.
Is this good?
It's good.
Okay.
The floor is
so-
yours.
Awesome. My name is Kim Benson. I am a mother of 4 kids and a teacher. I've lived in Squamish for 16 years. Yeah, I'm urging council to reject the permit. And these are my reasons why. Context is really important. And, you know, fossil fuel companies are private companies, just like any other industry that's selling their wares, whatever. And so their bottom line is to make money. And they know their time is coming to an end because I do a lot of research on pensions, and the returns are going down. So the fossil fuel industry is allowed to continue and really ramping up all their projects because they are still subsidized by our federal governments and our provincial governments, and subsidized by, you know, globally trillions of dollars with pensions. Okay, having said that, I agree with ditto with all of these speakers, tremendous, wonderful community members who have taken the time to come here today to speak. And they don't just speak for themselves. They're speaking for others within their communities, their families, and the people that they work with and so on. So they represent, like I'm here one person, but I represent a lot of people when I come here to speak. So I also noticed this morning that I don't know what we're calling the people at the other table. I'm scared to look. But I noticed that they didn't have concrete answers for some things, like for the $8 million that they were going to give as a down payment or something. The answer was Fortis knows about it. But there wasn't an answer like, yeah, it's in the contract, it's a done deal, right? Okay. It's crazy having a man camp. We should be banning man camps, no such thing. They should go into extinction. So as a teacher, I go to all the schools. High school, there's a high school up in the area, Coastal High School, and a university. There are a lot of young, vulnerable people there. And, you know, abuse and assault looks different, and there's all kinds of micro assaults. Like if a man comes up to me and just continues to talk to me, but I do this, that's no. That's no. And hey, I mean, man camps have a reputation. I mean, Sue Brown was speaking on it. She's got all the facts. Yes, they are dangerous, dangerous, dangerous for all communities. Another thing I wanted to say was, I wanted to say that if anybody votes for the this permit, I feel like you are taking on the responsibility for any negative impact, any of the ones listed today, any young girl or woman who is assaulted in any way, that is a responsibility that you're taking on because of that decision. So I urge you to say no. The other thing I wanted to say was,
Sorry, I'm going to need to, we just hit the 3 minutes and 45-second mark. So
just think about the shirt, just the shirt, the orange shirt. Yeah, sorry, I know. I was at a gas station, and one of the pipeline guys was pumping, and he started a conversation with me, and then he said, you know, do you want a t-shirt? And I said, like what? And he says this, he says that we were told that if we wear these shirts, that the community will like us better. And then he tossed me one. So I would say that any cultural education that these 400 men are getting, it's not good enough. Thank you.
thank you for your submission. We're on now to Des. Has left the building. Okay, thank you. Peter Gordon, followed by Henry Williams, and then Cody Abercrombie. I see Mr. Gordon making his way to the podium, so we'll.
Thank you, Mayor Herford and Council. You know, at my age, I wear hearing aids, so I don't always hear everything that comes across the PA, but thank you very much. I also wanted to introduce that I do respect all the views of those that have been coming forward this evening. And I do realize that this is kind of one of those difficult calls for council to make. But I wish to speak in favor of the Fortis worker camp this evening. I honestly think it is the best solution to accommodate the many workers who are coming to Squamish for the pipeline project. Turning it down won't halt the project, as some might think. It will just make matters worse, as Fortis fills one hotel after another for many months and offers generous boarding fees to local residents. Yes, I'm a male, and of course that's a fact, but so, you know, it doesn't mean I can't comment on the issue. And the safety of women and girls is strong on my mind. I do take it very, very seriously. And people who know me well would attest to this. And I'm not here to grandstand, but you know, if people have fears over this issue, I feel it's our responsibility to help address them. And a couple of years ago, upon hearing the concerns that were raised at previous meetings, I went to the City of Hope and met with the then manager of planning for the City of Hope. His name is Mr. Jazz Gill. And at that time, Land Sea Enterprises of Squamish was operating a worker camp, temporary worker camp at Hope. It was located right on the edge of downtown Hope. You could walk there in 5 minutes from the camp. And so I asked him if Hope had experienced any problems from these workers related to harm to local women and girls, drugs, drunkenness, disorderly conduct, violence, assaults, vandalism, and the like. And he said, none to speak of. And they're operating there for 3 years at the time. Now, why would that be? Why would he say none to speak of? I believe it's because the workers are hardworking, law-abiding men and women, just like you and I. Most have families at home. They play hockey, coach kids' sports teams, and ride their mountain bikes. And two, the camps have very strict rules about conduct. And one strike and you're out. End of story, no exceptions. These workers are highly skilled for the most part and are well paid, and they're there to work and make money. They do not have an interest in causing problems for the community from which they're working. Fortis has, I believe, chosen a good location kind of out beyond our developed town. And I think that it's a good spot to set up a camp, or as they say, a lodge. Seriously, I'm not trying to lay a guilt trip on anyone here, but if the application is turned down and the workers are spread out all over the place, I think it'll be a messy situation, and therefore a bad option. Many of us are getting quite stressed about the continuation of this issue going on year after year and taking up so much time at City Hall. I feel that we need to get on with other pressing matters, and I ask you to approve this temporary use application, and I say so with respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your submission. Next on deck, we have Henry Williams, followed by Cody Abercrombie with Josh Danielson on deck.
I am Henry Williams. My family, we've been in this valley for 12,000 years. Okay, what I would like to talk about, and thank you for the time for listening to me, is at Totem Hall, there has been one seminar already for a self-protection and personal safety seminar put on by Woodfibre LNG. It's open to the community so they know that there's a problem, especially if they're putting up a seminar on the ladies' safety. And it's open to everyone. So why should we have a self-protection course for our women? It's evident that work camps are dangerous for our women and, more important, for our Indigenous women. I have a wife, daughter, and 2 granddaughters to protect. And if you want the little program, I can email that to you. They know it's a no other way to put it, but they do know it's a problem. And they're trying to say, well, we put up 2 seminars for the ladies to attend, and that should be good enough. I don't think it's good enough. Thank you for your time.
There's one this Saturday.
Oh, sorry. And in case you have wife and daughters that you want to protect, there is one this Saturday from 12:45 to 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you would like that link or that event to form part of the correspondence for this, you can email it during the meeting to hearing@squamish.ca to ensure it gets there. Thank you very much for your submission. Cody.
It's Abercrombie, no M. Yeah. My name is Cody Abercrombie. I'm here representing the Squamish Access Society. The Access Society deals with maintaining access for rock climbers in the Sea to Sky corridor, mostly from Portal Cove up to Whistler. The Mammogram FSR is one of the most important areas for rock climbing in Squamish. The Chief and the surrounding area up to the Slahane is probably the majority of the rock climbing in Squamish, and Squamish is possibly the best rock climbing area in North America, at least in my opinion, and it sees thousands of visitors every year. And our organization, currently we don't know our membership because we're having some problem with our database, but we have had several thousand members in the past. And I personally spend a lot of time on the FSR, specifically in the area between the Power Springs turnoff and the Yellow Gate that is near where the Squamish Valley development is going in. And in my experience in the past 10 years, traffic has increased like tenfold at least. And the Access Society has concerns about the traffic specifically on Power Springs Road and the amount of dirt that will be and dust that will be kicked up from people driving and going into the rock climbing areas. Those areas require quite a bit of maintenance. I have spent quite a bit of time in there just brushing dirt off rock climbs because someone has to do it, and it's a good thing to do. And my big concern about this area is the people that are driving on the road don't necessarily think that there's rules on that road right now. I have seen people on dirt bikes driving over 100K, going past people in BMWs that are going 5K. There's lawlessness on the road, basically. And I want to know what Fortis is going to do to stop this from happening. We have communicated with Fortis in the past about this. They have told us that they have some sort of plan in place. They have been super vague about the details, and they have also been super unresponsive to us when we've tried to talk to them. On several occasions, we have been assured that access is going to remain open in areas, only to find out through one of our members driving up to an area that a road is closed and we can no longer access that zone, and the hike is gone from a 10-minute hike to an hour-and-a-half hike. And we have significant concerns that Fortis is not being, they're being quite opaque with what they're going to do with this zone and what's going to happen. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. I'm going to go to, sorry, my list. Yes, next up is Josh Danielson, followed by Kat Woodland.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Josh Danielson, Squamish resident, and I'm representing myself this evening. I just wanted to, a couple of comments. Just wanted to say, I believe it's a great injustice that you were considering allowing this camp to go through. Probably not for the reasons that most people have tonight. My concern is more that we've got a company, a local company, who's got a 10-year project. They're at the 11th hour, and we've potentially got somebody coming in to railroad that project. I believe that's a terrible message for us as a community to send to potential investors. Fortis will be here as long as it suits them. This project will be wrapped up and they'll be out the door. Squamish Canyon, local company, roots in the community, trying to set up something in perpetuity for the community. I don't know the numbers, but I would suggest long-term that Squamish Canyon is a far greater addition to our community than a Fortis camp would be. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kat. I'm sorry, I'm reading handwriting now just to defend my pronunciation. Go ahead. It's great handwriting as it is, but
my handwriting is terrible. I live up in the Garibaldi Highlands, and I'm not here to ask you to approve Fortis being in our town or not, because that's not what we're here for. I don't necessarily agree with what Fortis does, but that's also not the issue. I'm just here to ask that you guys check or get Fortis to answer the really fine details. If you decide to approve this permit, I hope that you ask them how this traffic direction on the highway with figuring out what vehicle can turn left and what vehicle can't turn left, how is that going to work in practice? What kind of timelines would they have in terms of asking MOTI to put a crosswalk in? I don't know if you've ever asked MOTI to do something. It's not something that happens overnight. It is a provincial entity. It will take time. So is it realistic that they say that they will be able to put potentially a crosswalk over the highway in that timeline? I'm not convinced, but that's not for me to decide. That's for you folks to hold their feet to the fire. So I know that big projects require accommodation. We don't have enough accommodation in this town. I'm not opposed to a workers' camp. I don't like the location it's in. I don't necessarily like some of the details surrounding it. And I do see that there can be huge issues around it, but the work is going to happen. People are going to need somewhere to stay. I'm asking you guys to look at the details of what Fortis is promising in terms of how they're going to mitigate that, how they're going to make it the best of a bad thing for us. Like, how will it impact the community? It's not going to be any perfect solutions, but the work is happening, and it's up to us to make sure that it has the least bad impact on us. That's all I would say.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to take a second just to check in with council. If there's anything that council wants to raise or would like pick up a thread from any of the submissions we've heard. Not seeing any hands from council. I'll just, one of my own was a little bit earlier, we had a submission asking about the deposit, and it felt like it wasn't assured. So can someone clarify the process of where the security deposit sits? I believe in the presentation earlier, it was secured through specific means. So could we just have a recap on the security deposit itself? And I believe it was called a down payment earlier, which is a security deposit is what's contemplated here.
Thank you for the question. So the security deposit is part of a pre-issuance condition, and it's payable in a form acceptable, in a form and amounts acceptable to council. And the recommendation says the district's required to pay, the district requires an $8.5 million security deposit in a form of a letter of credit from the permit holder within 60 days of permit approval. So what would happen would be following any approval by council, if it were to be granted, the district and the applicant would need to form an agreement, which would then have all of the terms and conditions within it regarding the security. Does that answer your question?
It does. Part of it, and I can see that there's already a question brewing, and I'll come here. My question with that is then, if that wasn't to occur in that timeline, even though that the permit's been issued, it could be revoked at that time. Is that how those mechanisms would interact?
I'm sorry, to clarify, the permit will not be issued. The permit would be approved by council. It would not be issued until that permit condition is met.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Greenlaw, go ahead.
Thanks. For clarity, my confusion was whether or not Fortis has agreed to the $8.5 million. Like before, you said that they were informed about it, but have they consented to it?
My contact at FortisBC has accepted the $8.5 million as the amount that will form the permit, and they have not indicated otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions? I see a name being added to my speakers list here, so great. Okay. Greg Parker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm here to represent Coast Aggregates Lafarge as the property owner for this camp. Not here to speak necessarily for or against, just to address some facts related to this. Early on, hard to believe it was 10 years ago, just dealing with Rob and Sherry, our property is zoned as resource beyond the Squamish Canyon. Part of that land being zoned as resource, one of those applications is for aggregates. Currently, we're just at the end of Centennial Way. We supply aggregates for all projects, including materials that go into projects like the Squamish Canyon, the District of Squamish, the homes that everybody lives in, the roads that are constructed. One of those uses of our property is for potential aggregate operations, which does put truck traffic over that road. Part of that is that the reason why we have the special use permit for the Powerhouse Springs Road, which Squamish Canyon is accessed by our property, the district's water wells, Atlantic Power, Squamish Forestry, and I believe the newly formed community forest are all accessed over that special use permit. that we hold the tenure to. Part of holding that tenure is that we cannot restrict access to that road, but we work with other road users to maintain it and to ensure access to everybody who uses it. With our aggregate operations, they vary in volumes and intensity. Talking about the volume of traffic for this project specifically, there are times such as the Olympics where we may put 250 or more truckloads out of our aggregate operations on a given day. And again, those go to a variety of operations. The Squamish Canyon project, when they came to us for support for their project, we're well aware that we intended to continue industrial operations off of our property. Since those initial discussions and since receiving the tenure for the project, my discussions with Robin are virtually non-existent, including, as somebody alluded to earlier, closing sections of that road, which we were not aware of either. Some people talked about the water use as our land is zoned resource. Back in 2015, we explored an opportunity with a water bottling company to open up a water bottling facility on our property. Part of that was to do an in-depth water study to see what kind of volume of water was available, what the quality was, and ultimately what the impact to the District of Squamish is. That report was issued in 2015, and part of that report, the finding, and for our due diligence, we sought out the same consultants who helped the district develop their water well field, just to be sure that we were all aligned on what the impact could be. Their finding was that there would be no impact to the District of Squamish's water wells, both uphill to where they currently are, as well as the district's test wells down at the end of Malcolm Road. And they considered both of those applications as the district test wells at the end of Malcolm Road are for future water supply into Squamish. And again, just to reiterate, our land at the end of the Powerhouse Springs Road that we hold the tenure to is for industrial use, may have varying intensities of traffic. And it's not cars and vans and trucks, but it's industrial traffic that may change in intensity. And that really depends on the growth of Squamish. Thank you for hearing my comments. And by all means, as the landowner, if there are any questions from the District of Squamish, by all means, please reach out, and I'm happy to provide the 2015 water investigation report as well.
Thank you very much for your submission. Mike Coyne.
Hello, Mayor and Council, District staff. Thanks for taking the time to review this application. My name is Mike Coyne. I'm a resident of Squamish, moved up here with my family or my wife in 2005. In 2010, I founded a company called Landsea Camping Catering Services. I own Landsea, the camping catering company that Fortis has contracted this camp for. Built and constructed 10, 12 different camps throughout Western Canada. One of the most recent camps we had built was a 500-person camp in Hope that Mr. Gordon spoke about. We built a 300-person camp up in northern BC in a town called Port Edward, adjacent to Prince Rupert. We've operated several camps within communities and outside of communities. We put measures in place to create healthy, happy environments. We monitor camps, and we monitor the activity and the conduct that happens in camps. And the reason I wanted to come up and talk tonight was because I've heard a lot of comments and conversations about man camps and man camps being bad and man camps being the problem. The problem isn't the man camp. The problem is what are we going to do if there isn't a workforce accommodation lodge? The decision that council has to make tonight is not, are we going to have workforce lodge. It's what are we going to do if we don't have a workforce lodge? The workers are here. The project is happening. A workforce accommodation facility provides structure. It provides an environment where workers can come to work or come to a place to stay, have meals, go to bed at a reasonable time, get up in the morning and go to work. It's a controlled, healthy environment. If there isn't a workforce lodge, you don't really know what's going to happen. They're going to be in the community. We're putting pressure on housing that we don't have. I have a 17-year-old daughter. I have a 14-year-old son. I live in the Highlands. My son goes to Coast Academy. My daughter goes to Howe Sound. We walk through the trail by this workforce camp. I run through that trail by where that workforce camp is going to be. I know it well. It's in my backyard too. But that is an environment that I know will be a healthy environment for the workforce that's coming to this town. I don't want to have a house beside me, my neighbor's house. I don't want it rented to 6 or 7 people, young people that are partying or doing whatever they're doing. That's going to be more disruptive to the town than it will be to have people in a controlled lodge environment with measures in place. So I would hope that council thinks not about whether this lodge is happening, but what's going to happen if it doesn't. That's the real question. And you're in a position where you can put conditions in place. You can talk to Fortis. You can put conditions in place to ensure that people aren't impacted as much. You can put conditions in place to help businesses that may be impacted, right? To work with them so that they're not impacted. If the lodge isn't there, there's more traffic up Mamco 4 Service Road.
We've just hit the 3-minute, 30-second mark, so I'm going to need to call time on your
I know,
comments.
one
But
second.
thank you for your
There will be
submission.
more impact to your business. So work with Fortis so that there's less impact to this man's business. I was the chair of the chamber for 2 terms. All businesses need to succeed, right?
Thank
Anyway,
you, and
I hope you guys make the right decision. It's a tough one.
thank you for your submission. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Oh yes, I had Neil. Neil Hart? Would you like to make a submission before I go out to the floor? And thank you for your contribution of former Mayor Heisman's submission. But before
Thank you, Mayor Hereford, much appreciated. Should I introduce myself again? I'm Niall Hart. I'm a resident of Brackendale. It's an honor to be here today. I would strongly urge the council to reject the TUP. I think there are many people here tonight who have made very good points, and in order to avoid, for the most part, redundancy, I'll try to speak first to I think the points that haven't been made. And to note as well that the predominant number of voices that have spoken tonight are not in favor of this TUP being approved. I think one of the points that it's been less brought up is that this seems like a very rushed proposal. As the Fortis worker who was here earlier, cannot recall her name, spoke to, they need the approval by November 16th. And I think even standing here, like listening or sitting here listening to a lot of the questions people have tonight, there are a lot of things that aren't necessarily determined that we should have the answers to before council has to make a decision on such a TUP. I think one of the big ones was parking. The fact that they are considering parking 350 cars and what that means for the community is a huge impact. I think as well, like the fact that they weren't willing to negotiate on that at all really speaks poorly to their ability to interact with the Squamish community and what our community needs, not based on what their workers need. I think as well, the talk of the noise complaint and what that impact has on Valleycliff is another very pressing concern. I think Councillor Pettingill brought up something very interesting, which is that, yes, we do have while we don't have the ability to regulate, and this isn't what Councillor Pettingill said, but this is what brought up for me. While we don't have the ability to regulate the noise on that road, we do have an ability to mitigate a lot of that larger noise traffic by not approving such a TUP permit. I think as well, not knowing the full impacts of the environmental impacts on water and not having that process, like not knowing what the full environmental assessment prior to November 16th, when they said they needed that TUP approval by, is a significant concern. I think as well, the impact, not having an idea of the impact of the full impact of tourism on the tourism in Squamish, particularly Squamish Canyon, as we've had a couple of members speaking here tonight, is also a particular concern. Like, we've largely based our economy. We call ourselves the outdoor recreation capital of Canada, and so now to approve a temporary work permit in a location that would affect our outdoor recreation seems like it goes against what Squamish has stood for. I think as well, I'm a former Quest student and a former high school student in Squamish. I've experienced Squamish through both of those lenses, and I think I know how many people recreate throughout that whole area out to Powerhouse Springs, and I know how easy it is to get from that work camp to the Highlands, and I don't know, it wasn't addressed today how they are going to monitor workers leaving the Highlands going in that direction, because it is really easy to get that direction on a motorcycle or a bicycle. It takes like all of 5 minutes on a motorcycle from Powerhouse Springs to what is now Capilano University. And so the impact that poses on students in that area is significant. Like, there are a lot of students and a lot of underage students who will be willing to do a lot, unfortunately, to get their hands on alcohol. It's part of, I guess, the youth experience, but lots. And so when you have a vulnerable population like that, how do you protect them, and how do you mitigate some of those issues? I think there's a significant danger to the women and girls in our area. I think we don't necessarily realize just how close to home a lot of those issues are, but I've had close friends and people who have already been experiencing the effects of this human trafficking. And I think that we've seen proof and evidence of work camps promoting constantly this toxic behavior, because you have these men who are all together in these spaces. And I frankly do not envy council's position. I know regardless of what you decide, you're put in a difficult position with provincial government, who might just push the TUP through anyway. And so I don't envy your position here, but I would strongly encourage you to not approve the TUP for FortisBC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. So we're at the end of our speakers list, which means now we'll open the floor to folks that didn't put themselves on the list and haven't spoken yet. And then I saw a hand back there. We'll go around to second rounds after we hear from everybody first. So, but if you haven't, go ahead. You can approach the podium. And then we've got one coming. And is there someone else that would like to speak? We'll sort of start queuing up behind. Not yet. Okay. Yeah. And then once we've gone through everyone that hasn't spoken yet, we'll go to second rounds.
Okay, I'm gonna be super brief, because I know it's been long. Just a reminder that there was.
Sorry, before you get going, we just need your name for the record, and your neighborhood, and if you're speaking on behalf of yourself or another entity of some sort.
I'm Derek Wolgar. I'm a resident of Squamish. I'm speaking for myself. Just a reminder that in the final report for the National Inquiry into the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, there's actually a section specifically about extractive and development industries. There's 5 calls to action there. I invite council to read them and make sure that you are, willing to take these calls to justice seriously. I mean, I see you all wearing your orange shirts, stuff, so that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your submission. Is there anyone else that hasn't spoken yet that wishes to make a submission this evening?
Hi, my name is Lauren. I've lived in Squamish my whole life, and I lived for 3.5 years up in the University Highlands area. I think a lot of people don't actually realize how close this temporary work camp is going to be to the neighborhoods. It is not a full kilometer away, like is said on the PowerPoints. I think it is perhaps even less than 500 meters. I walk around that neighborhood in the evening. It is an established fact that the rates of sexual abuse and violence against women has gone up in communities where there are these work camps. And, as somebody, as a 31-year-old female in this community who recreates in this area, who looks after young children, who has helped raise other young children who are now teenagers in this community, young women in this community, and not just women, just young, vulnerable people and Indigenous people in this community. I just can't imagine how we are even considering putting a work camp essentially next to a university that is going to house young people, and in a community where we have so many young families and a high school. I feel like it should weigh quite heavily on the conscience of anybody who votes yes to this temporary work camp, because if something were to happen in this community, if there are incidents of violence as a result of these work camps, there is a responsibility that lies with those that have said yes today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got an additional speaker, I think, queued up, so come on forward.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Steele Johnston. I'm a registered, I live in Brackendale. I'm a registered clinical counselor, aka a therapist. I live in Squamish, really passionate about helping people heal. I'm also nervous. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I am here. There's so much that has been said, which I agree with. And one thing that stands out to me, I think this whole project is a mess, which I know you deeply understand, and it's highly complex, and there's a lot of complicated elements to it. And something that I'm curious about, and I know there's kind of been a bit of back and forth of trying to determine like what is local and non-local workers. So if this whole project were to go through, which I'm not in support of personally, and I don't just mean like the work camp, but just the whole thing. If it were to go through, is there not a emphasis being put on hiring local workers? Like, why hasn't that been brought up or spoken about? And this is my first council meeting that I've attended, so I apologize if that has been spoken about previously, but I haven't heard a single word about that. I think that's highly important. Why aren't we talking about that? So if you could talk about it in your conversations, that'd be great. Thanks for your time. Good night.
Thank you very much for your submission. And I know it's sometimes challenging space to operate in. So thank you very much to everybody that stepped forward with comments today. Anyone else that hasn't spoken yet that wishes to make a submission? Okay, we'll have other opportunities. I had Chad Hooper down for an additional round, but I believe he's no longer here. So first on my second time speaker list is Robin Sherry. And we're looking for new, just for everybody. This isn't just for you, but for everybody. We're looking for submissions that vary or your first one, just so to keep us moving through and getting new information. Floor is yours.
I had a couple things to talk about, but I'd like to address, Greg, some of your comments from earlier. During the early years of getting Squamish Canyon off the ground, we had to go through and speak to a ton of proponents. And one of the issues that came up is who owns that road? And we reached out to Greg and many others. And one of Greg's emails, and I'm happy to share these, I have shared some of these with the district to explain the situation, came back, he didn't even know who owned the road and that even had a permit. But I believe the province had told me they had a permit. He then had let me know that it was a special use permit that they had taken out for some logging activities up that road, and that they didn't build that road, and that the main users were the district and Atlantic Power, and they should hold the permit, correct? So,
sorry, the comments need to come to us
Yeah.
through me as the.
We continued back and forth, and it was a pleasure working with Greg throughout that process. We didn't get into the conversation, so I do disagree that we would be hauling large amounts of aggregate out of there in the near future. And I would imagine that that isn't supposed to be happening at least for another 3 to 6 years anyways, and possibly many years down the road. But to address that issue, yes, we're not here to cut off access to other users. We're here to develop a business and protect an area. And we understand that some industrial use could and will happen in the future. On that note, imagine if you took the gondola right before it started and cut that cable. How would that business get established? Well, I can assure you as a business, once we're established, which is what we're trying to do, it allows us a lot easier to mitigate other impacts as we move forward. But if you cut those legs out immediately, there's no hope for a startup business. And I think a number of us on here that have tried to start businesses understand the startup years are the most difficult. I'm happy to work with Greg in the future as to whatever that looks like. But as far as I know right now, and as far as what we've been pushing for in the future, I've never heard from Greg saying we're about to start developing large amounts of aggregate being extracted from that area. So I'm happy to share those emails and those correspondence. I'm happy to work with Greg in the future. But I can assure you, cutting the legs out from us right away, turn that into an industrial way through of 600 workers will be devastating to the project. And that's a fact. I'm not sure how much more time I have left, but I'd like to speak to another thing that really kind of sets with some of the, or one of the minor mitigations that Fortis says it's putting forward, and that's the shuttle buses. I think it's a farce, and I don't know who in this room would even raise their hand thinking that a pipeliner with their vehicle sitting right beside them or just across the parking lot is going to get in a shuttle bus and go to town to do their running around, or for the evening or on the weekend. I think we can go to most subdivisions in this town, which might have a higher average of environmentally conscious people. They're reluctant to get on the local transit and leave their car in the driveway and go around town. So almost to a certain degree, imposing the shuttle bus traffic on us will only increase traffic in that area because nobody is going to be using it. And in fact, it'll be laughable to a certain degree to see empty shuttle buses running up and down those roads while everyone's personal vehicle is being used. The other thing I'd like explained to me more is how does a reverse overflow parking lot system work? So we telling Fortis that, and how does that work to mitigate people coming to the Squamish Canyon? How do we stop and say, you go into this overflow parking and you get to go to Squamish Canyon and now you get to go to the Fortis parking lot? How does that all work? So I'd like to understand how that's all supposed to function as well too. Is that the 1 minute mark? That's almost the 3 minute mark. All right, well, I'm going to leave it at that. I mean, there's so many things we could touch on and so many things I've seen wrong with this and so many disingenuous, dishonest interactions I've had with the proponent. We've tried for 2 years to sit down with them. They've said things to us when we offered aspects of things that would impact us, whether they could supply an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, some kind of impact agreement if things happen this way. We got laughed at. We got told we should sue them. We got cans that were just kicked down the road over and over again, meetings that just went in circles. Not one part of any one of those meetings did we see meaningful mitigation. And in fact, the mitigations that were presented to council were actually things that we had done that would save Fortis money. So to think that we're going to get some kind of honest response, what we have seen is that Fortis will say whatever it needs to say to get this camp here, because it is not best for our community. It is best for their bottom line in their pockets. There's many, many other options out there. They could have followed LNG and put a flotel up the Indian Arm. They could have taken a smaller camp up in our industrial yards. We could be.
I think you need to call time on your submission. That was a generous 4+. So, but thank you. We'll do another round when we get to third rounds if you feel that there's anything to add. I'll go in the back for. Would you like to make a second submission? That was the signal that we had with each other there. Yep. Okay. And then if there's anyone else that would like to make a submission, whether it's your first time or your second time speaking, you're welcome to make your way over to the waiting area just to sort of streamline.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, I just want to touch on like the lack of community transparency from these companies, and in particular focusing on that guilty verdict. If they really want this camp, I feel like they should have to come back here and explain what happened there and what they're doing to make that not happen again, but also why it was covered up in the press, not locally, not provincially, like nationally. Like there was only one article about that, and that's not being transparent about the Kitimat work lodge, which we're being shown it was the perfect example that work camps are great and no one gets bullied or insulted at these things. It's kind of just disinformed information at this point, really. I'd also appreciate it if the staff that walked out came back here with the superintendent of the RCMP and had their families threatened by him, saying if he doesn't pay the insurance, that 3 or 4 murders are going to be happening in, say, his family or his neighborhood, and see how they feel about that, because, you know, they're just walking out. And like, I wouldn't walk out on them in that situation. I'd want to sit with them and be like, yeah, that sucks, and like have a conversation about that and get along, but we can't even do that because they walk away. Someone was like, work with Fortis. Like, I don't know if that's like really a thing. You know, I feel like Sue Brown's letter to the EOA or whatever a while ago summed it all up really well. And it seems like everything said in that letter is kind of coming to fruition. I think that t-shirt comment really kind of sums it up, how whimsical this training is. It's just another tick that authorities make because they don't need accountability. They're an authority and they don't have accountability. Speaking about like crime and the RCMP, it was mentioned in that letter that it's like the increase of RCMP doesn't exactly keep us safe. And I'd love to know how much of the council have actually filed a complaints commission in their life and what their experience was of that. Because to me, the Complaints Commission, which is virtued as an outlet to call RCMP out on their behavior, is kind of equivalent to an open HR investigation where you protect the organization, you protect the member, they've got 2 years of liability. You can take a long time when you're handed with tons of evidence because you're the RCMP. Like the guy on the phone I spoke to even kind of laughed. He was just like, yeah, we're going to investigate it ourselves. Like I filed the complaint because I was a target of a wellness check, which came from the Corp security team, which our superintendent claimed they managed or worked with. And yeah, the first RCMP officer wasn't trained on how to do a wellness check. They completely failed on that. The following 2, they assaulted my neighbor. They refused to identify themselves. I put all of this and like 4 counts of evidence, and I did this back in April, and they're still processing it. So they're still payrolling liars. Other examples of how our RCMP behave.
We've gone through the 3-minute barrier, so I'm going to need to get you to wrap. I'll give you a couple seconds to wrap it up, but we need to move on.
Another example of how our local RCMP behave when you take issues to them about corporate companies. I quote one member who said, "It's not their job to look into the past." Another one accused me of acquiring someone's address illegally. I told them that was completely false, and here's the name and the number and the address of that person who gave me that information. They told me they were too French for this job. Like, what does that mean?
Okay,
they're RCMP.
I'm sorry. We need to move on with the.
To conclude on my point,
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. If this is happening to me, what's it going to happen to other people? Because I don't see Fortis or Woodfibre having these honest conversations about the amount of crime that's going to come here. I'm telling you, this stuff really gets to people. Like, I could come back again and again and again
Okay,
and again
well.
and again. And it's not a laughing matter, man. It's serious, honestly. And yeah, I feel like the company have just completely ignored this fact, like completely ignored the amount of crime that's going to come to this town. And so rejecting this TEP, I believe, will reduce crime and therefore also our resources. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. I know it's a challenging we don't often get restraints put on our time we have available to speak. So I appreciate if everyone can take that challenge on, but thank you for that. I'll go now to Sue Brown for an additional submission.
I just wanted to make some additional comments. Again, my name is Sue Brown. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Staff Lawyer at Justice for Girls. I'm also a resident of Valleycliff. I wanted to speak a little bit more about accountability. I think it's really kind of one of the key considerations you have in your decision tonight is how do we hold the corporations accountable for human rights violations or other breaches of their permits and their regulatory conditions from any level of government. And we have serious concerns, and time again, LNG corporations and extractive industries have shown that they haven't been willing to be held accountable. They haven't been willing to participate and come to the table meaningfully and have engaging conversations and be accountable and transparent about the impacts that they have on communities. Violence against Indigenous women and girls being but one impact that's almost impossible to measure, partly because we don't have baseline studies. For the longest time, we've never had a requirement for a gender human rights impact assessments or anything like that to establish a baseline of, like, you know, in Squamish, for example, what are rates of gender-based violence currently? What are human trafficking rates currently right now? We don't know because we don't even know how to measure them absent these exacerbating and threat multipliers that are coming into our communities that are going to increase those problems. So we do have some really serious issues around accountability and transparency. And I did raise some of my concerns with the mitigation plans that that FortisBC has in their proposal for the camp, and particularly the anonymous tip line, which I don't think is a meaningful or reasonable accountability measurement. I can't imagine any other context where, although actually I think the previous speaker just brought up a really good example of the police investigating themselves, but in what other context do we allow the offender or the people perpetrating the harms and the violations to actually investigate themselves? And I think a tip line set up and paid for by the proponent, FortisBC and Woodfibre LNG, they're retaining a law firm to do what they consider to be third-party complaints investigations. But realistically speaking, that law firm is retained by and acting at the behest of FortisBC. And so to me, that's not a very reasonable or accountable, transparent, meaningful accountability measure, nor is it a meaningful way to hold FortisBC accountable if there are indeed violations that come from these camps. Another really important accountability measure that I think we have collectively a responsibility to do is to call out false information when we hear it and to hold corporations accountable for the statements that they made. And I have two questions / facts that I do want to bring to council's attention because I think it does bear on the transparency of the corporations in terms of who's benefiting. One has to do with Land C. Land C may have started out as a local company me, but to the best of my knowledge, based upon my research, it's owned by Aramark. And Aramark is a multinational corporation that has a long track record of labor and human rights violations internationally. So when we talk about human rights and the impacts of human rights, we have to look at supply chains as well. And we have to look at broader senses of accountability as global citizens. The world on the head of a pin, global, local, local, global. We need to take those things into consideration. And secondly, you know, with respect to the statements about there not being any trafficking in Hope, and coming back to, you know, the original comment that I was making around, we don't actually have the data or the mechanisms to collect this information. We can't trust the information that the proponents are putting forward about whether violence and crime are happening, because they don't know. Clearly they don't know, because I know there's trafficking in Hope. I know girls who've been held in hotels and trafficked to Hope for the workers. So it is happening. They're not capturing it. Clearly the RCMP is not capturing it. Clearly Hope's not capturing it. So how are we going to capture it? And how is Fortis going to be held accountable? Because right now, the corporations are not being held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. I see another.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, actually, I'm going to do just a quick housekeeping thing while you prepare. I'm just going to move a motion to extend as we're approaching 10 o'clock, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We need to do that to extend our meetings past 10 o'clock. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Tracy Saxby, I am a resident of Squamish. I am speaking on behalf of My Sea to Sky, which is a people-powered organisation that was founded because of our concerns about the wood fibre LNG and FortisBC projects. I want to share something a little different about how local and regional decisions can have a really big impact. I did not submit this through the process, so I wanted to read it into the record. So while we recognise that local and regional governments often have limited jurisdiction, we would like to share a recent decision by the Sunshine Coast Regional District that ultimately stopped the development of the proposed Burncoat gravel mine in the McNab Creek estuary in our Catsam House Sound. Like Woodfibre LNG and FortisBC's Eagle Mountain to Woodfibre gas pipeline projects, the Burncoat gravel mine was approved by the federal, provincial and Squamish Nation governments. However, thanks to the tireless advocacy efforts of local leader Ruth Simons, citizen scientist John Buchanan, and storyteller Bob Turner, alongside many local community groups and individuals, public opposition to the proposed gravel mine was strong. In 2018, My Sea to Sky mobilised 4,000 people to boycott the broken environmental assessment process in opposition to the proposed Burncoat gravel mine. While the project received its provincial environmental assessment certificate, these letters enabled the Sunshine Coast Regional District, led by Director Ian Wynne, to unanimously deny a zoning bylaw amendment that would have allowed Burncoat to process aggregate on-site at McNab Creek. This effectively stopped the gravel mine from proceeding. In April 2023, the environmental assessment certificate for the Burncoat gravel mine expired, and the BC EAO denied Burncoat's late application for an extension. This highlights the critical role that local and regional governments play to hold projects accountable, even when the provincial and federal regulators have failed us, and they have failed us in this project. Like the Burncoat gravel mine, public opposition to Woodfibre LNG and the FortisBC Eagle Mountain to Woodfibre gas pipeline projects is strong. We now have more than 25,619 signatures in opposition to these two projects. Local and regional governments around our Catsam House Sound continue to pass up resolutions in opposition to these projects, reflecting the ongoing local opposition to these two fossil fuel export projects. We want to acknowledge that more than 740 people, most of them based in Squamish, have sent in letters of opposition to FortisBC's work camp. We call on the District of Squamish, we call on each of you to take a leadership role and deny FortisBC's application for a temporary use permit for its work camp. Thank you so much. We know that this is a very, very difficult decision. I do call on all of you to be courageous.
Thank you very much for your submission. Come on forward.
Really hard when you're given time constraints. But I just wanted to thank each and every one of you for being here, listening to all our concerns, and for everyone who has stayed till the end. One of the things that really concerns me, aside from protecting our women, is the 300+ vehicles that are going to be parked at the Fortis camp, coming up and down the road after hours. Who's monitoring that? Whose responsibility? Who's going to ensure the safety of the people that are coming in and out of that area? That's a really dangerous area. My granddaughter almost got hit last night coming out of Squamish. The people that are coming down, coming from the city, you can see the light. I can see the light coming into town, and they just barreled through. My granddaughter had to slam on the brakes to avoid being hit. So that is a concern. And one of the things that I guess kind of bothered me was that we cannot guarantee the safety of our women. There's no magic ball to tell us that we are going to be safe. And when you are violated, when you are raped, the last thing that you want to do is go to the hospital, call the police. So a lot of the incidents are left unreported. So it really bothers me that some of the people come up and said that it's going to be safe. It's not. I know it's not. And I would like you to say no to the temporary use permit for Fortis, and I don't want the temporary use permit for WLNG to go through either. These corporations just shove themselves into towns, and they don't have any respect for our communities. They don't have respect for our people. And I'm standing here because I care very much for this town that I grew up in. And I want to keep it the same. I mean, we live in a beautiful territory, and I like to keep it the same way. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Oh, Sam, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to make a submission this evening? Oh, yes, go ahead.
So once again, my name is Tristan Jenkin. I'm from Brackendale, and I'm here representing myself and my family. So it's in the late evening. I'll make this short. The feeling that I'm sitting with right now at the conclusion of this wonderful dialogue that we've had, Honorable Mayor and Council and staff, that you've all showed up here tonight. But the feeling I am left with is that the voice of our community that we've heard is coming up against a corporate mandate that's been placed on our town from the province and the feds. And the staff of our community that works for our community have already championed it long ago. In fact, as we hear, we've had a temporary use permit that was submitted in 2022. And here we are at the final mile, mere months away from the deadline. And there are umpteen questions that have not been answered. Safety of the highway crossing, traffic mitigation, noise, environmental stewardship, economic impact, safety of women and children, our communities. We're hearing from the proponent of the owner of the man camp saying that the community is not going to be impacted, but it's 500 meters away. So how can it not be impacted, right? So as we distill this down to a final comment for this evening, ask yourself if you have enough information to make a decision in your heart, not in your head, because everyone has mandates they're trying to follow, they're trying to do. Ask yourself, do you feel confident you can make a decision on the future of our community based on this pivotal moment in time with the information you have? If you do, go ahead and make a vote. But I would like to see this delayed because I don't think from what I'm hearing tonight, anybody can say unanimously, I know all the variables and I can make a decision on what I have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go back for third round of comments, I just want to see if anyone else would like to make a comment that either hasn't yet or has made one. Seeing none, we'll go back here and we'll try to focus, please, to the temporary use. I know that we are talking about things that are, you see the connections, so we need to focus on this particulars of this decision before us, please.
Yeah, fair enough. I just really wanted to speak kind of to the divide and conquer aspect and sort of sympathize with you guys a little bit, if that's okay. We're all kind of being strung along, like if we have an issue with a simple component that doesn't have an answer, then we're against this company, and then we get labeled all these things. And that's the same with the council. You've been accused of having political ideologies. I would say to those people, if you overlook things that are not accountable, that's a political ideology that you should probably be paying attention to. And that it's just dividing out the community to not talk about the real problems, which is the crime. People are attacking this council. Someone in my own neighborhood, stopped talking to me because I just mentioned one thing about this project. It's just kind of ridiculous. 1 second there. Another example is people say, if you make this go on for a long time, it causes taxpayer money, but 40 years of incompetence and no accountability, that's got to count up to a lot of taxpayer money that gets pissed away, right? This project isn't 3 years, it isn't 6 years, it's 40 years, if I'm correct. I know that the camp will be shorter. I just feel like we're getting gaslit. This CT scanner, it just feels like it's to please HR and to please legal. And it's very low grade effort to please a bunch of people. And it's just, I feel like it's a real shame that we've all as a community somewhat been divided and conquered by this situation. And I think that the whole town should kind of look at that realistically, because the issue is with the crime. And I'll end it on the one thing. June 25th, 2024, there's a council meeting, go check it out. 1 hour, 10 minutes. I believe, if you agree with me, you'll hear the superintendent make a threat to our city. I think that we should probably do something about that, because that's not cool. And I understand this is a really tough choice for you folks. Glad I'm not you tonight. And thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
Thank you for your submissions this evening. Is there anyone else that wishes to make a submission? I do have an official closing procedure to go through here if not. Okay, so now if there's no further speakers, I'll ask council if they have any further information that the planning department might be able to provide in response to any comments or questions we raised from members of the public. I believe Councillor Pettingill or Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, just a question of clarity for staff. Does a municipality have the authority to direct a company like Fortis or WLNG as to the location, the locality of their workers? Are we allowed to require that their workers are local? My suspicion is no, and it's a question to help clarify from Sarah, I believe, who asked.
Through the mayor, no, there isn't any legislation that would support. So municipalities we have powers that are given to us from the province, and there isn't a provision in legislation that would allow municipalities to do that.
Okay, and just on the same vein, are you on the same question? Okay, then I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like I know for wood fiber LNG, it's part of some of their certificates that they have a certain quota for local procurement. And so employment is not part of that in terms of the financial benefits that we brought to the community from this industrial project being introduced. So there's nothing that the EAO says about having a local workforce, any kind of mandates around that?
To clarify, the condition for WLNG as it relates is based on the idea that WLNG will take certain measures to encourage local employment as opposed to particular quotas associated with employment. And then just with regards to the question as it pertains to Fortis, they have similar commitments that they've made as part of their community management and infrastructure, getting that wrong, community services and management infrastructure plan.
So, sorry.
There's no quotas associated with that. It's measures that they're willing to take as part of those management plans around project procurement.
So just to summarize, they're effectively encouraged to hire locally, but there's no mandate or requirement for it.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Sorry, I'll check. Sorry, I don't have the screen up. Councillor Stoner, are you okay at this point? Okay. Thank you. So now that everyone's been given a reasonable opportunity to be heard, it is a requirement that I ask 3 times if there is anyone else who wishes to speak before we close the public hearing. For the first time, is there anyone else who wants to speak or make a submission? For a second time, is there anyone else who wants to speak or make a submission? And for a third and final time, is there anyone else who wants to speak or make a submission? Thank you. I declare the public hearing closed. Thank you to everybody for your submissions, not only here this evening, but we've received quite a bit of correspondence on this matter as well. Please note that council members are not permitted to receive any further submissions or hear either a proponent or opponent to an application once a public hearing has been concluded. This means that we can't speak to you out in the community or receive emails or phone calls on any on this TUP until a decision has been made. Any and all communication from this point must be channeled to staff. So thank you very much. So council, the next order of business is consideration of issuance. Councillor French.
Mayor, I'll move the staff recommendation under section 3 of our agenda tonight.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Second by Councillor Anderson. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please. The Squamish Nation, the federal government, and the provincial government approve this industrial project broadly as a whole, and the housing solution in the temporary use application, a temporary use permit application that we're considering tonight. The pipeline twinning project is moving ahead. Denying this permit is not going to stop the project. Not granting this permit isn't going to be the make or the break of twinning this existing pipeline. Some people seem to believe that's the case. It's simply not the reality. I was really glad tonight that the Squamish Canyon folks were here, and I'm trusting that they will work with FortisBC to figure out how those two companies can coexist out in the area where the canyon work is taking place. And I want to highlight that if this permit is denied, there are a few likely outcomes from denial. The bulk of our hotel rooms will be taken by workers for the next few years, leaving tourists with very few accommodation options. A really tight rental housing situation in Squamish will become even more untenable as the temporary workforce members who don't want to live in a hotel room bid up rental prices in apartments, secondary suites, carriage houses, tiny homes, and all the other rental spaces we have in our community. Back and forth every day from Metro Vancouver, and the workers will be embedded directly inside our community. So those hard workers who are being judged harshly as a threat to our community, for me, the Workforce Lodge, as it's proposed in this location, is a good location because it's in an isolated forest area that is somewhat isolated from residential neighborhoods. I support the temporary use permit. It offers a better option than putting the hardworking pipeline crew in hotel rooms and scarce rental units over the next couple of years.
Thank you. And before I move on to my speakers list, we went over decorum earlier. Please refrain from any comment from the audience at this point. I've got Councillor Stoner next, and then I'll be looking to speakers list.
I'd like to propose an amendment for council consideration. And that would be that an additional condition be added that we limit the number of parking stalls on site to 50, and that the renewal of the permit be at the discretion of council. If that's seconded, I'll speak to it.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you for seconding, Councillor Pettingill. Appreciate that. I am not going to speak to the motion as a whole. If the amendment is supported, I will speak to it. But on the amendment specifically, if this is going to go ahead, I think protecting Squamish Canyon and limiting the traffic impacts through that area is best done by limiting the number of parking stalls at site. That is also the best way to manage any potential risks of drinking and driving, direct access to personal vehicles. We know that there's ample parking at the Laydown yard. There's 350 stalls, and an additional 50 stalls would be available on site, which would cover 400 workers. There's the opportunity to carpool. There's the opportunity, which they are already planning to do, if the workforce accommodation is not provided, to bus workers up from the city. And so they can sort out a shuttle system if that's necessary. But this gives them the opportunity to still house their workers in a specific location while minimizing the impact of traffic and personal use vehicles, which is an issue that we have addressed time and time again since this first came to council in 2022. So that's why I think that that is important to include here. And then the second part is that our temporary use permit application process, as it's currently written, any renewals are at the discretion of staff unless otherwise stated. And I think that this needs to come back to council for council review if it's granted. So those are why I've put those two conditions on the table.
Thank you. Now, council, on the amendment, we're speaking specifically to the amendment, and if we could refrain from the overall. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I think if this is going to be approved, then I think council needs to have the authority to review. I'm not sure. I did want to hear what my colleague had to say. I'm not sure I can support the 50, the reduction 50. I don't think it's sufficient. When I look at the totality of our OCP, you know, it's sort of moot whether it's 300 or 50. I'm not sure either get it over the line. So I'm a bit torn whether it's worth it. I guess I'm trying to mitigate impacts in case the rest of council does decide to move forward with this, which I think would be, quite frankly, a mistake. So I'm a little bit torn about whether or not I can support this. I do think the council review is mandatory. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
With some hesitation to go into amendments on amendments, I'd like to understand whether the whether Councillor Stoner might be open to a friendly amendment of severing these two issues of the parking and the council approval.
If I could just interject, was just passed a note informing me that the council renewal was actually included. Our motion is fine, but we don't need to, it's in there already. So we can still debate this as an amendment. It's okay, it can be in twice. However, so I don't think it needs to be severed. And if you would like to adjust that piece by itself, then we need to go back and do another amendment to this motion, just to be clear with where we are. But continue.
Thank you very much. That helps a lot. So the only thing of substance that we are discussing at this moment is the 50 parking stalls. On the 50 parking stalls, reduction from 325 to 50 parking stalls, I am not supportive of that amendment. And I know that may sound contrary, because I have always been in favor of reducing the number of parking stalls. And I do believe that that is a good way to go. But FortisBC the proponent has had a long time. We have made that very clear for a long time. They have had many opportunities to propose that to us, and they have not done so. So they're, in the absence of a supportable application, I don't see value in changing the parameters of the permit that we're going to be issuing. So I won't be supportive of the amendment.
Thank you. Others on the amendment? And Councillor Stoner, did I see your hand earlier? Are you okay at this point?
I'm okay for now, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pettingill again.
Yeah, just appreciate the clarification on the proposed certificate, and with this just being about the parking, I am not supportive of the amendment for much the same reason as Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Councillor Greenlaw. Sorry, we were trying to communicate through facial expressions, wasn't quite enough. If you're good, we don't need, you're good? Okay. I think, so on the amendment exclusively, I do think that there's been a longstanding concern around access and what access would look like, both to for the workforce to the lodge and to their work site, as well as to the community endpoints beyond on non-work hours. And I think this amendment actually improves that. And if this permit was to be issued, I think this would be an amendment that would improve it. Whether that's enough to get the whole to get the permit across line, that's the sort of the next step of this discussion. But I will be supporting the amendment, and thank you to my colleague for bringing this forward. I think this could work part way to where we want to be, which, to my other colleagues' points, we wish we didn't have to be in this position, but this is where we are. Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I'll speak in support of the amendment.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All in favor? And opposed? Okay, so Councillor French, Anderson, Hamilton, and Pettingill oppose. Amendment fails. We're back to the main motion. Councillor Stoner, I had you on the list and you made the amendment. I'm going to go back to you for a comment on the main motion, if that's okay, if you're prepared for that. Otherwise, I can come back.
Can you come back to me? I think Councillor Anderson was the seconder on the original motion. I need to consider this.
Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'll be speaking on the original motion. I'm speaking in favor. We have a number of publications that come into our council mailbox. One a little while ago came from a national organization outlining the 200 largest construction projects in Canada. They were in transportation for the most part. They were natural resources. They were in environmental remediation. They were all large projects, and about 40% of them have work camps. Yes, also environmental remediation and transit projects with work camps. They're part of Canadian life. Hopefully, we are getting better and better at managing and operating these work camps, but they are inevitable in our country. The 2010 Olympics not only had workers for the Olympics themselves, but also for the highway upgrade, which wasn't mentioned earlier. That involved also a work camp here in Squamish, right next to Stamets Reserve, operated by Kiewit. Those were projects that we coped with, and perhaps this time we know we're going to be able to do better. We've had large employers, one including GFL, outlining the impact on employees, potential impacts and real ones of not having a work camp. And I think that their arguments to me are cogent and taking account. The Tourism Squamish has also been submitted a brief to us, and I'm going to cite it. Urging the District of Squamish to work quickly and collaboratively with FortisBC to identify and implement a more sustainable solution that mitigates the negative impacts on our community and local tourism industry than not having a work camp. Helping Hands has stated, I think, very clearly the responsibility that we need to hold to Fortis, that Fortis needs to uphold. And I think I support it entirely, and I'm sure my colleagues do as well. It's very well stated. Helping Hands also encourages us to consider the temporary workforce lodge as a solution. We've had people convincing to me about neighborhood traffic impacts are best managed through the temporary workforce lodge rather than having people scattered through the community. We've also had a gentleman, Mr. Dean Imbo, who is talking about the advantages maintaining temporary workers on one site will allow the workers to build community amongst themselves and will support their connectivity, which should minimize issues that may follow the crew. And I agree with this. This is, I think, an important point. This socialization process for these workers and their relationship with the community is best managed, best fostered in that work camp environment. We've had a couple of people, including the Squamish Access Society, refer to issues in Macklin Forest Service Road and safety issues, maintenance issues. These are outside of what we need to address here this evening. They're larger issues. They involve the province, and the province needs to take leadership. I myself have brought a resolution from District of Squamish to the Provincial UBCM Forum on this matter. The Macklin Forest Service Road needs a lot of policy attention because of the diversity of users. It is really neglected, and it's an issue neglected province-wide. But it's not for us this evening. But we do need to work with those stakeholders on addressing safety and maintenance issues on that road. Finally, I think the decision, as has been stated by one of the presenters here tonight, is really what do we do if we don't have a workforce lodge? I'll leave it at that, Mayor Herford. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll go to actually Councillor Stoner. I'll go back to you, and then Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you, through the chair. Still contemplating my failed amendment, which is frustrating, but this entire experience is frustrating, and I don't like being where we are this evening. And that is a result of where the proponent has taken us. And I've heard that from many of the speakers this evening. This hasn't been a rushed application. This has been before council since 2022. The issue of workforce housing, appropriate workforce housing, managing the impacts on our community of workers has been on the radar, as Patricia Heinzman's submission showed, has been on the radar since 2015. These companies are failing our community. The province is failing our community. And yet here we are, to perhaps wrongfully quote Sue Brown, the violence is connected to resource extraction industries, and that is a fact. The challenge that we have is that the resource extraction industry is already in our community. I'm not trying to paint the folks who work at these particular projects with one broad brush, but there's very good research to show that there is violence connected to this industry. We have 300 plus workers who are currently living in community. If I think back to what our community, to what our council has advocated for since 2015, it has been to mitigate those impacts. It has been to minimize their ability to be within community. It's been to minimize the impact of transportation routes through our community. It's been to minimize the impact of their use on our already strained community infrastructure and resources. That doesn't happen by letting them live in community for another 2, 3, or 4 years. That, although it is less than ideal what is currently on the table, the better of the 2 worst options that are presented to us this evening from my perspective on the key issues that have been raised by our community to date, which is community safety and housing, is to allow a temporary workforce accommodation despite its significant challenges. That is why I urge my council colleagues to try and find ways to continue to regulate this in a way that will minimize the impacts even further. And one of the ongoing issues that I think has yet to be resolved is the impact of the traffic management through that road, and particularly on a neighboring business. And so reducing the amount of parking that happens up there is one way that we have jurisdiction to do that. So that is why I put the proposed amendment forward earlier, because I'm really struggling with where we are today. It's not where I want to be. It's not what I think this council or previous councils have asked for. There is not very much in this proposal for our community. We have been at the table trying to negotiate a tax agreement with the direct customer of this project for many years, and that is wood fiber LNG. Don't get us wrong, there's only one customer for this project. Wood fiber LNG has held a higher standard for their worker accommodation than what they're doing for their subcontractor, Fortis. But here we are, and I don't think that the alternative is better than what's in front of us, which is to have workers in community taking up our hotels and taking up our housing. And so that's why I'm challenged, and I urge my council colleagues to think of creative ways that we can continue to hold this company accountable through the conditions of this temporary use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I have the privilege of sitting on the regional district board as well, and even tomorrow we're seeing some information about BC Hydro and their plans for worker accommodations. The difference in approach is stark, where they are looking at building permanent accommodation that gets turned over to local First Nations and becomes part of their long-term housing and tourism infrastructure. There are examples that work out here. I heard my colleague that work camps are inevitable. It's the Canadian way. That's only inevitable as long as people like us at these tables allow them to happen. It is our choice, and I am not willing to make that choice. We've talked about the research that I've read, that I've been presented with, talks about work camps as the problem. That's where the correlation is. I'm not, and maybe I haven't seen all the data, I'm not aware that individually a pipeline worker is a greater risk than another worker. It's when there are collections of people together. My understanding is that some university dorms and so on see elevated levels of sexual assaults and so on. And so my concern is actually more about putting these people into a camp setting as opposed to having them distributed throughout the community, where they are having conversations and interactions and building friendships with people who live here all the time. And so we haven't had great in-depth studies. Fortis has not presented any information about why this is a safer option, and all the data that I have seen actually leads me to believe that the camp setting itself is where the greatest risk is. It's not ideal to have people taking up our housing and so on, but we've also not had clarity, and it's really frustrating that Fortis just walked out because they heard that we were confused about local versus non-local. What number of folks would actually come out of the community into the camp? Like, oh, maybe, you know, I don't know what the numbers were. They didn't bother to stay to clarify for that so we could actually understand what impact this would have on our local housing market. When I look at the graphs they did give us, I see a 6-month period where it's worse than it is now, but we already know we're saturated. They can't, this is a solution for them. They need this. It's not great, but we're living with what we have, and there's no clarity that it will significantly improve what we have now. And the risks and the harms that we know come with camps, for me, outweigh the hope that maybe this will be better. I had a long list of conditions I wanted to add to this. And the reason I didn't bother asking those questions about where our authority was and so on was because staff made it clear that Fortis wasn't interested. And we've talked about parking. We've talked about all these other things. Fortis has told us over and over again, clearly they're not interested. They've been told for 10 years what the situation in our community was. They haven't been interested. We've heard and seen the correspondence for couple of years now between Squamish Canyon and Fortis. It's really frustrating. And I want to point out, as much as we could talk about conditions, you can't put a condition on every eventuality. You need to trust that a proponent is going to make some good faith efforts to work with your community. And what Fortis, unfortunately for me, they have given me no confidence that they would actually work in good faith to resolve community issues. And so for me, the only thing I'm left with and the only option available to me is to not grant the permit. Fortis has also been very clear that they don't need this. They can work without it, that they would bus folks in from Lower Mainland. So then it's a couple buses instead of, I don't know, 300, 400 individual cars. So, it's not clear to me that there's any improvement for our camp. It seems actually worse. So again, I appreciate the people who recognize that our job is tough, but maybe I'm missing something here. For this decision tonight, it doesn't seem that hard. This seems very, very plain and simple that this is not a good supportable project. And so I will not be voting in favor of this TUP.
Thank you. Council, other comments? Go ahead, Councillor. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. There are certainly two global truths in this conversation. Climate change is caused by the extraction and burning of fossil fuels. Gender-based violence escalates with the presence of extractive industries. But those truths are outside the control of our decision today. Either way this decision goes, the EGP pipeline will be supplying gas to WLNG, and the workers will be living here, either in a work camp or in our community. I had some very valuable insight from Sue Brown the last time she visited the council chambers. And it helped me clarify one of the important questions we have is the safety of our community. Is it clear whether our community is safer with the work camp or without? And her response was, it's not clear. It's not clear whether it's safer to have extractive industry living in community or living in work camps. The result is generally that violence, gender-based violence, follows the extractive industry regardless of how the industry workers are housed. The question tonight is about land use, and our policy reads, to permit temporary use to provide short-term opportunity when considered appropriate by council without negatively affecting existing business or surrounding property in terms of noise, lighting, parking, traffic, and other impacts. We have heard many impacts that this work camp is going to have on surrounding businesses and on surrounding neighbors. The proponent has had well over a year to address these impacts and mitigate these impacts. Our staff have done an amazing job of working with the proponent to push them to more and more mitigation of these clear impacts they're making on our community. In my view, the proponent has decided not to implement those mitigations, and therefore I will not be supporting this temporary use application.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair. I have made it abundantly clear in no uncertain terms several times that I would not support a TUP that included a liquor license and parking for hundreds of personal vehicles up our busiest forestry road. So it should come as no surprise to the proponent that I am once again speaking in opposition of the motion. I won't mention climate change or the devastating practice of fracking, though every bone in my 2 degrees in earth sciences and 25 years studying the earth body is screaming to. It is not within the context of this conversation, though, in my opinion, to quote an earlier speaker, this script should be flipped or ignored, up to the individual. I'm disappointed to hear that the representatives of Squamish Canyon Project share that they have had minimal mitigation efforts for their impact concerns, an experience shared by My Sea to Sky and evidenced by the representatives leaving before the hearing any of our community's concerns. Though I don't condone the behavior of the participant who harassed the Fortis representatives as they left. Toxic arrogance, quote, vague, quote, unresponsive, and, quote, disingenuous are descriptors our community members have used to describe the communications with the proponent. And I will state again clearly that I have had this shared experience as a counselor in my request, based on my experience of living and working cumulatively approximately 2 years in resource camps to make this a dry camp and reduce parking, and to provide a cumulative impact assessment of these projects, or even to see, not even approve or be a part of, but to see a gender and cultural safety plan to approve prior to approving permits. To Henry Williams' point, it is incredibly disconcerting to me to see wood fiber address the risks to Indigenous women and two-spirited peoples with a $110 million remediation option, i.e. the flotel, juxtaposed with the Fortis approach, which is effectively, it's fine, trust us, it's fine. And also, I would like to thank the members of the public who voiced their concerns about gender violence, and in particular, Henry Williams, Chad Hooper, and Keenan Miles. We need far more men speaking out about gender violence. It cannot always be the victims like myself. Council unanimously supported the Squamish Canyon project for zoning in 2019 and development permits in 2020. It is a registered business that has been fully backed by the district and is in alignment with our current OCP, unlike the Fortis Work Camp, which is largely not in alignment with our OCP. With no guarantee of the alleviation to the pressures this project is currently placing on our housing, which has resulted in a saturated rental market that cannot absorb more Fortis employees, and with a contingency plan in place to bus people up the Sea to Sky from Vancouver, which does have the hotel space and rental availability to absorb these, according to Fortis, additional 200-ish workers, or about 4 Greyhound buses worth of people, for give or take a 6-month period during peak construction time, a remedy that introduces minimal additional strains to our community and would presumably have a much smaller environmental and social impact than building a temporary workforce on an aquifer next to a university campus. I don't see why the district would take on the risk to our women, and I would like to take a moment once again to reiterate that there is a connection between gender violence and the resource industry, and it is, to quote Ms. Brown, an unequivocal fact. There is a reason why I am wearing a red dress tonight, and I am disappointed in Ms. Kennedy of WLNG for making comments to the media implying that it is the rhetoric of this council as opposed to direct findings of the MMIWG investigations. For the district to take on the risk to our women, in particular Indigenous women, and the young women living on the campus that will be 450 meters away from the camp, to potentially compromise our town's backup aquifer, which is to say our potential drinking water source, and to very likely kill a locally owned fledgling community asset and ecotourism business to boot seems like a lot of risk for the district to take on for an issue that could be addressed with fewer than 10 Greyhounds a day from Metro Van. In addition, I am concerned that by issuing this permit, the district will be opening itself up for potential lawsuits from environmental groups, as there has been a growing trend of environmental groups holding governments accountable for environmental and human rights violations, both of which could be introduced by this project, and potentially local business owners who will be negatively impacted. Thank you all for coming tonight and participating in democracy this evening, and I look forward to seeing how the province will try to railroad us on this one.
Okay, and remember the comments from earlier about celebrating or not any action of council. This holds true here. So I won't be supporting the motion. We heard from a submission of former Mayor Heinzman around the early flagging of the issues that we're still here talking about today. I saw an early draft of this as a councillor a year before the application was made, and my first comment was, wow, that's a really complicated location. Who told you that was a good idea? Now, a lot complicated problems can be solved, and that's through listening and through appropriate planning and listening. And that I have not seen that here. Concerns I have align with a lot of what I've heard here today, but originally we were presented with, and the community was presented with, a binary choice. One, this work camp proposal that we're discussing here now, or two, we will just simply take all the available housing and hotel space in your community. That's your choice. Now, what's the best choice of those two? It's a really hard choice. What we have a commitment now, what has changed since that original time, was outlined in a letter from Fortis, in where they discuss what their alternate plans were. I'll pull a couple pieces from this, although it's in this letter's appeared in a few agenda packages. This would include a portion of our workforce living in the Lower Mainland and being transported to the project site daily. Earlier, I asked about what the work schedule was, time of day, days of the week. A lot of these projects have shift work. Folks come into work a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is. They return to their home communities, be with their friends, family, recreate, maybe travel the world, whatever it is they do on their time off. This is hard work done by skilled workers, and what we see here is a 6-day work week. What does Saturday night look like in Squamish with a 600-person man count? We have opportunity here, by my score, we're taking it, to say no. You're going to bus in half the workforce, and on the days off, we're going to have half the challenges on a Saturday night in Squamish. Simple. Now, we know right now, I'm a renter. I'm acutely aware of our vacancy rate currently. Somewhere between 0.5 and 0.00 nothing. We know from our tourism folks that our hotels are at 90+% occupancy rate. There's not room here at this point. This solution was not an acceptable solution. These issues have been raised from the beginning. I've had many conversations with Fortis representatives. Nearly every one of them starts with, how are you making out in that 6-day work week? I find this extremely problematic. And here we are. So I won't be supporting the issuance of this permit, and I look forward to holding the proponent to account to their closing statement in my previously stated letter. We take pride in being a respectful neighbor and remain committed to working with the District of Squamish to mitigate the impacts in the community. I look forward to those discussions. I've got a hand for Councillor Stoner.
I've heard a lot from my council colleagues about a lack of trust with this organization, and I would put myself in that camp, no pun intended. The challenge with that is that specific letter that is referenced, that is no commitment. That is some writing on paper. So we're talking about a potentially 200 additional people on top of the 350 who are already taking up our 0% vacancy rate. And oh my gosh, they did find the hotel rooms and they did find the rental vacancy spaces by pushing lower income workers out. And so these folks, even the ones, the 325 who are here, who are going to live here for at least another year or two, they're not going anywhere. The max peak worker force might be 600, 650, and there's some potential written commitment from Fortis that they will bus them in. They are still able to provide living out allowances of $5,000+ a month. And if folks want to live in community, then they can. We have no further tools in our toolbox to protect our rental vacancy rate. We were in a committee of the whole meeting yesterday where we talked about putting $2.5 million into an organization to try and push the needle even a smallest bit on housing. We've heard from our business community, we've heard from our tourism community that this is one of the biggest challenges in trying to retain workforce and recruit workforce is housing. Housing is the benchmark of our community, and we're willing to give up 200+ units for the next 3 years, probably more because we know that this is going to take more time than they say, of folks who live in this community who are just trying to make ends meet. And now they're competing with folks who have an extra $5,000 of disposable income. I feel like given the stance that this council, previous councils have taken on this issue, I find it hard that my council colleagues are willing to stand on that side. So I urge my council colleagues to reconsider.
Councillor Pittelgill, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'd like to add a couple thoughts that I don't think I addressed. Another factor for me is when I look at our OCP and all the policy in it that I think very directly applies, this is so far outside of what our OCP expects of a development in terms of walkability, active transit. I know Fortis, and you laugh when you think about fossil fuel development. Maybe it's not the right place for this, or, you know, maybe if this is what our community is, then you look at how do you make your project work, your camp work with active transit? How do you make it work with bikes and all that? And again, as silly as that sounds, that's what our OCP says. That's what our OCP expects. And for better or for worse, that's not in this proposal, so I can't approve it. The other thing I would say is the EAO condition is pretty clear that anyone that calls Metro Vancouver home does not need to be in that camp. And when you look at how much people are willing to pay to be in Squamish, it is no comfort for me and no security for me, even with the camp, that the whole Lower Mainland side of their workforce would actually live in the camp. They might not have a live out allowance, but again, people are willing to go without a lot to live in this community. And I've heard from many people that camp living sucks. And so if you aren't required to live in a camp and you can live in one of the best places in the world, you'll go pretty far and stretch pretty far to do that. And that's why I was pushing so hard for clarity on local versus non-local. What are Fortis's actual projections and commitments on who will be in the camp and who won't, and what that change will be. So I have no confidence at this point that the camp will actually do much, if anything, to mitigate our current housing situation or mitigate against it getting worse. And I do have confidence because it is already so tight, it's not really going to get worse. I think they are going to be forced to find other solutions. And so I take my colleague's point, but we have no real certainty or clarity that this would provide the one tiny benefit it's supposed to provide. But again, we take all this risk, all this inconsistency with our OCP, and I just can't get there.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Greenlaw, then we need to call a vote.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to address some of the comments from Councillor Stoner that I believe reflect a potentially false narrative. I do share your concerns about housing. Obviously, we spend most of our time talking about housing because it is such a crisis. I will also add that it is a personal choice for these landlords to rent to Fortis and Woodfibre employees, and they can take action and vote with their dollars and not allow that to proliferate. We have made many mentions of the lack of trust with our proponents, and this is my key concern, that even if we do greenlight this temporary use permit, they will not release the housing that they've already occupied. As with all large-scale infrastructure projects, there is no exception for the LNG industry. There is a tendency to go vastly over staffing and foreseeable project timelines. So I'm concerned that that they will hold on to the housing that they have already secured. They will not give it. They will not put it back into the market, and they will use that in addition to this camp, regardless of the live-out allowance. Because again, like I've lived in these camps for months at a time, and it's, you know, it's not bad for the summer, but to do it for 3 years is going to get pretty tiring. They're not going to let, like, they've just given us no assurances that that housing will return back to our market. So I feel that taking that approach is, I understand where you're coming from, but I think that's rooted in fear. And I think we should just try to be bold.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? And opposed? So Councillor Hamilton, Pettingill, Greenlaw, and Mayor Herford opposed. Motion fails. Thank you. I'd like to take a quick recess before we tackle, first, actually, we have a motion to extend past 11. We have one topic left on our agenda, and I would move that we extend this evening. Second by Councillor French. And I just wanted to be clear with Council. Most of our votes go by a majority, but this particular vote has a nuance of needing to be a unanimous decision to extend past 11. So I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed, if any? Motion carries. Thank you. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess so we can stretch our legs and reset, and we'll give staff a moment to get ready for the next presentation. Okay, welcome back. We are on item 4A, subset 1, which is consideration of temporary use permit 74 for the Fortis Construction Laydown Yard. I don't believe we have a presentation for this, just the recommendation. So, Council, we've discussed this matter as we did with the previously considered temporary use at a recent committee of the whole. If you have any questions for staff, this is the time. I'm going to start us off, though. I have questions around. This one is complicated because even more complicated because of the overlapping jurisdictions. So I would like to, can staff add clarity as to if this, what's permitted today, or another way to frame that question, if this permit is denied, what's permitted on the property, which is what's permitted today under a combination of our zoning and whatever other regulators stipulations apply. So are you ready to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Perhaps if it's all right, I'll start with the answer, and then if it's okay, I'll hand it to my colleague, Mr. Villaniscus. So in terms of what other regulators have authorized, the BCER, so the BC Energy Regulator, has approved the workspace as a construction laydown workspace for the FortisBC EGP project. That approval is obviously contingent on Squamish Nation's approval to lease the land. And then that permits the applicant essentially to clear the land and use it for those purposes. And that can include the storage of materials, equipment, and parking as well.
Thank you.
And just to add, in terms of what's currently permitted by zoning, it's our residential 1 zone property, so permits low density housing.
So, okay, so then with that in mind, with what's permitted there now, can we be clear on what use we're considering adding? Because to me, the laydown, those construction activities and so on is that's what's allowed already with their regulation. So what is this, what use would this permit actually facilitate in that zone?
Great. Thank you for the question. So there are additional structures that are proposed by the applicant. They're temporary structures, essentially, which require district building permits potentially, as well as potentially service agreements for servicing on the site, as well as I believe they're going to be doing fueling on the site as well for their construction vehicles.
Okay, and the fueling piece in particular, so it's buildings and fueling are the uses that are being added essentially by this, where the other activities that will be occurring there are already permitted through other regulators. I'm just trying to get this as simple as I can for myself and those watching.
That is correct, although as you noted, it is a bit confusing and it's not extremely clear because this is an overlapping area of jurisdiction. So we're proposing in the permit to kind of acknowledge all of the uses that are different than the residential use currently permitted. And that allows the district more control over and putting conditions into the permit over what happens on that site through the temporary use.
Oh, okay, so that's kind of why those other pieces are there. Okay, and without this, the mitigation measures that are there, there's not actually a mechanism to ensure that those happen, screening, lighting conditions, that kind of thing. Is that the general concept?
Yes, that is correct. The other regulators' approved permits are the conditions that the applicant would need to follow in place of TUP conditions that would be imposed by the district.
Okay, thank you. I think that's got us started. Council, any questions for staff on this? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
So you've said that, thanks very much. You've said that it's currently R1 zoned, it's residential zoned. And what would be the closest zoning if this were a full zoning application? What would be the closest one of our zones that we might, that this would be suitable for? I1, I2?
It'd be one of the I zones, one of the industrial zones. We have kind of a range of industrial zones that go from, very light industrial and industrial commercial to more medium industrial, and this would fall probably more in the kind of between the light and the medium zone.
Okay, and how far away from the residential properties is this is the application for medium industrial use?
So we might have to come back with the exact distance. We've noted that in the report, it's within proximity of the Valley Cliff neighborhood. But we do have in other reports the exact distance. So if we could come back with an answer on that question.
Okay, I'll move on to other questions. However, I don't want to impede the progress on having that one addressed, but let's see. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, does the BCER regulation for the things it does it permit or have constraints on hours, noise, or light levels? And part of in my mind is I know Squamish Canyon has quite stringent light and noise restrictions, sort of well beyond what our bylaws allow. And so is our ability to do something similar here, because, neighborhood interaction is one of the things we've heard from the neighborhood and concerns. So what's our ability to regulate light and noise sort of along the lines of what Squamish Canyon, or maybe even more appropriate for this proposal?
So there is a condition that's specified in the permit that speaks specifically to noise, as well as one that speaks specifically to lighting. There are lighting plans, and there's also a noise plan that the applicant must adhere to that set out what mitigations are required. So for noise, there's noise monitoring, there's the buffer for noise, as well as the noise plan, which lists further mitigations. And for lighting, there's a lighting plan which they must adhere to, as well as a policy that's set forth within the permit condition itself pertaining to district policy.
Yeah, I did see that. I guess I'm less interested in mitigations and more objective, like light shall not be greater than this amount or at this height, or sound shall not be above this decibel level outside of these hours. So much more specific and objective measurable expectations, which to my mind are more similar to the sorts of constraints I've seen at Squamish Canyon, unless I'm misunderstanding. Is that something we cannot do?
It's not an easy question to answer because we're dealing with two levels of jurisdiction, and if the permit is not approved, then it all falls away sort of in terms of our ability to enforce. It is a temporary use. The proponents have provided a noise mitigation system and have provided a lighting plan, which we have reviewed, and we agree that it should be sufficient. However, there will be surveys provided, and if there are issues and we are getting complaints from the neighborhood, we would be responding to those and trying to address those.
Responding to those and trying to address those, like what are our tools there? Like what are the consequences if those mitigations, like do you say, come up with a new plan, then we keep on trying things and that's, or is there a point when we just say, like,
come on, guys, this isn't working.
We would use our regular tools. We have a bylaw complaint policy, which essentially outlines how we enforce bylaw complaints. It's really hard to say. It really depends on the issue and the severity of the offense in terms of how we respond.
Other question? I've got Councillor Stoner, and then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Through the chair, as part of this temporary use permit, one of the conditions is a traffic management study and mitigation measures. I believe that's because they are planning on kind of using this as a marshalling area. They can park up to 350 vehicles. Can I just confirm that those commitments around traffic management are specific to the TUP and would not occur if a TUP was not approved?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
But we could still anticipate that there would be 350 parking spaces on site.
Uncertain.
And to be certain, you'd say the decision on the specific ruling on that would fall to the to another regulatory body rather than ourselves?
No, the authorization is an authorization for use of the site as a construction laydown yard. So I would anticipate construction laydown activities, which would include the movement of vehicles, parking of vehicles, storage equipment, and materials, and so on. So it doesn't specify within the permit, particular details as perhaps it would be expected in the conditions that would be outlined in a district permit.
Okay, thank you for that. Yep, go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but does the temporary use permit propose any stricter noise bylaw controls than our current noise bylaw has?
Our noise bylaw is quite general when it comes to construction noise, so it's hard to assess against it. But what it doesn't have is any monitoring requirements, and we do have a condition that requires following the noise mitigation plan they provided, and requires monitoring reporting on request.
Thanks. I absolutely appreciate the importance of monitoring. My concern here is that in the absence of a bylaw that allows us to do something in the presence of the noise, the monitoring is, I don't see the value of the monitoring. For example, if they were to be moving a truck across a bridge at 2 o'clock in the morning, if our noise bylaws are currently unable to mitigate against that, I don't see how monitoring is going to change that condition.
The one, I know it's not a question, but I will respond. The noise mitigation report was prepared by a qualified professional, and in their assessment, the noise levels that the site will generate are within the acceptable range of noise generation. And so that will be the threshold for monitoring. But you're correct. If it's happening out off the site on the road, whether there's a temporary use permit or not, we don't have an ability to regulate that.
In an attempt to help this conversation forward, in the permit itself, section C4 is enforcement. The permit may be varied, suspended, revoked, or canceled if any of its terms, conditions, restrictions, or requirements are not being met or cannot be met by the permit holder. Would that come into play in this noise piece in like a very extreme case? Is this the backstop?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. And just going one step further, I appreciated reading the noise reports and the noise proposals. I learned that the threshold, the thing that we measure, is the PHA, the percentage of highly annoyed, and this is from our federal noise regulations. The percentage of highly annoyed people. Is that the threshold that we are going to need to be measuring against in order to carry some action against noise?
We will be reviewing the report. So when the monitoring report is requested and submitted, we will be reviewing that report against the recommendation in their noise mitigation and against the general thresholds of our noise bylaw, because whether there's a noise mitigation strategy or not, the noise bylaw is still active.
Thanks very much.
Any further questions or answers from staff? Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yes, the yard is 44 meters approximately, or 144 feet away from the closest residence area of Valley Cliff.
Was that your question? Do you have a follow-up to this information?
Oh, no, I think, yeah, 44 meters is, yeah, no, thanks. That's good.
Councilor Pettingill.
I just want to make sure I understand though, so it sounds like their assessment and their monitoring is going to be based on PHA or a similar standard. Then we would review those against our bylaw, which I believe is based on if someone complains out of hours as opposed to a decibel level. So it's like a totally different measurement system. How do we expect we will sort of measure the reports? And I'd also be interested in how frequent we get them, the reports against our bylaw. Like, how do we assess, you know, whether what's in the monitoring report is over or under the line of our bylaw?
For the mayor, to answer one of your questions, I believe the condition is that upon request. So the monitoring reports have to submit it upon request. So essentially, that would be if we're getting complaints from the neighborhood. One of the first things we would do is request a monitoring report because they have to monitor the noise levels on site. And it's hard to speculate what the response would be because we don't have a complaint, and noise complaints are quite difficult to enforce and deal with. You know, that's certainly the case. We regulate noise not by decibels, but sort of by complaints and reasonableness, essentially. So every case is different when it comes to noise complaints.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
So I guess I'm a little confused, but it sort of sounds like if we get noise complaints, instead of our normal process, which is to apply directly our noise bylaw, we would instead ask them to do monitoring or hand over their monitoring reports, and then we would try and match that up to our noise bylaw. So at the stand, one way or another, we're starting with complaints and comparing them against our noise bylaw. It's just now we're putting this monitoring thing in between. How is that helping us?
It will help because the monitoring reporting, as well as the mitigation plan, was prepared by a professional, qualified professional in noise. So that is usually the one piece that we don't have in dealing with noise bylaw complaints, is that kind of third-party assessment of what noise levels are actually on site.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions. I will just, before we go further, I just wanted to highlight that there's a slight, sorry, I pulled the wording up here. There's a slight correction in the permit itself, number 74, section C2B needs to be corrected to ensure the renewal of the permit is a council decision. So any motion should reflect that change. Any other questions before we do that? I'll entertain, we do have a recommendation before us. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
And just to confirm, is this like the last one where there is a council review at 3 years? If this is approved, it's not a delegated a delegated review.
Yeah, that's the correction. Yes, that's what I was just referring to in section. That's what lives in section C2B, and the typo is just a typo. It wasn't that it was a guaranteed renewal through staff. It's just a typo. So we're going to ensure that. Okay. Any further questions? We do have a recommendation before us. If that's the point of the meeting that we're in. I will move the issuance of the permit, and I'll speak to it if it's seconded, with the correction to the aforementioned section. Seconded. Thank you. I think that often when we talk about permits, it's about what we're permitting to happen. And this, in this case, it's actually about, this permit is actually mostly about constraints and reporting and putting us in the best position to provide oversight for the activities. What's allowed there today under the current conditions really, to me, is the most disruptive activity that's proposed on the site, which is the laydown yard activity. The pieces that are being added, I would say, are the less impactful pieces of this overall, but they come with our ability to monitor noise, which we just had a discussion about, lighting plans, screening, how this facility looks as well, and puts us in the best position, which I will acknowledge is not an ideal position. It's the best position available to us to monitor what happens there and ensure that we have the best ability to have positive outcomes for our community or to minimize the negative impacts. It feels counterintuitive even to me as I'm here making this decision, but I'm speaking in support for those reasons. I'll go around. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting this, and I apologize if I seem testy. I am. Fortis has spent the last year harming our community, our renters, our tourism sector. I think my colleagues are correct to have concern that Fortis would not hesitate to continue to harm our community if given the opportunity, if it helps their bottom line. I guess the challenge for us is, I feel that when you give into a bully, things don't get better. You might get a few nicks and scrapes and bruises, maybe even a broken arm standing up to a bully, but I think things get worse for you when you give in. Our community has asked us to stand strong in the face of a bully, and I think it's our job to do so. I certainly feel it's my obligation to do so. As with the last temporary use permit we discussed, given the proponent's unwillingness to entertain previously expressed council concerns, I'm reluctant to spend time debating additional conditions that might make this supportable. I believe this TUP, like the last, is inconsistent with our official community plan. I don't believe the accountability mechanisms available to us are sufficient for what I consider fairly trivial mitigations we might hope to see in the conditions attached to this permit. I don't have faith that we can actually enforce the things that these are proposing that we would have. And this, for me, is not just about constraints and reporting and gaining those things, which, again, I don't see we really have much authority to hold them to that, unfortunately. fueling and adding a bunch of fueling to this area is a concern for me. And also allowing more buildings, which we've acknowledged is something that this permit is likely to do, means a net increase in activity and disruption. Wood Fiber has shown a disregard for our TUP process. Fortis has shown a disregard for community concerns. And I have no confidence that Fortis will work with good faith in dealing with problems that come up in community complaints. The BC Energy Regulator may override elements of our normal authority with the works yard, and then they will take the responsibility for that. And I think it's our job to stand and fight for what our normal authority is in permitting things and not take ownership of the disruption and harm this project is likely to bring to our community. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. In this piece, I find this a harder decision than the previous one. On one hand, we have the possibility of mitigating some of the potential impacts of a medium industrial zoning in a residential, what is effectively a residential zone. I think that the deepest mitigation we can do is, and I hope this is true. I'm not sure this is true because it's not exactly clear to me what uses will happen with and without this permit. But with this permit, I know that will trigger, that will have them put in their morning meetings and evening meetings, meaning workers are going to be going there at 7 a.m. and leaving at 8 p.m., which are going to be the limits of our noise bylaw. As we know, there are significant limitations to our noise bylaw because once those vehicles are off-site, there's no control for the vehicle noise that gets made. Our noise bylaw is unfortunately, I understand why our noise bylaw is the way it is, and it is a difficult thing to get right. But by putting a medium industrial zoning within 44 meters of residents and a noise bylaw that doesn't really have the teeth to manage it, I think that we are really just putting those residents into 3 years of really difficult times. So I'm not willing to do that, and I will not be supporting this application.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, this is a difficult one for me as well. I have several concerns about this TUP, and they're all centered around, similar to the concerns around the workforce accommodation, this TUP will undoubtedly negatively affect the surrounding properties in terms of noise, lighting, parking, traffic, and other impacts. Which makes me wary of issuance. It's also one of those bureaucratic situations where if we want to mitigate risk as a municipality, that for activities that are already going to happen, given the approvals that are already received, issuing this TUP, we're basically giving ourselves a meager insurance policy. But I ultimately share the concerns of Councillor Pettengill and Hamilton that we won't be able to have the teeth to actually enforce anything. So I won't be supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stoner. And Anderson.
I'll concur with my council colleagues that this is another challenging decision because of the overlapping jurisdiction. We know that something will happen at this site. We have heard from our community members that noise, lighting, and traffic are an issue on this road already, and they are concerned about that with this laydown yard. Then the question for us is whether we want to have even a meager little bit of control or seemingly sense of control, and whether we put our time and our resources towards that. What I have heard from the community is that, and some of my council colleagues, is that there isn't trust in the upper levels of government to do that. I'm not saying that we're going to be all that much better at doing it, but I think we need to at least give it a try. Because otherwise we just continuously knock on an empty door at the provincial regulator's behest. Or we put our faith in a company which many folks around this council table have no faith or trust in. And so if we want to do something about it, this is our opportunity to do something. And as little as it may seem, it feels frustrating to walk away from the table with absolutely nothing.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, did I see your hand earlier? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be speaking in support of this TUP application. I've lived in Squamish a good few decades. I've also lived in the city for 2 decades and in proximity to medium industrial uses. Medium industrial, in the language phrasing we use today, refers to outdoor storage, 5-ton other heavy-duty trucks and equipment coming and going, and noise. And we grow over time. We recognize the neighborhood interface issues that arise with these uses, especially as residential growth occurs. Within the Squamish Valley, we have numerous residential neighborhoods in immediate proximity to medium industrial land uses. We also have a lot of folks living next to a very noisy highway and with very poor noise mitigation. And we also have a lot of folks living next to the railway, and we are always or often involved in reviewing projects that will be next to the railway. And even just our last OCP, I guess my point is we're evolving in our standards that we apply and the interest we take in our concerns over neighborhood interface. But in this particular instance, in my view, the issues are minor compared to what they are elsewhere in the valley and in very common situations. And I think I agree with Councillor Stoner that we have some mechanisms here before us that I think we can use quite practically. And so I'm satisfied with what is before us as far as the TUP conditions. And I guess I'm saying, let's look at the bigger picture here. We have medium industrial use interface issues with residences all up and down our valley. They're all through our urban areas. And I don't think this is all that unusual, this particular instance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor French, go ahead.
I support the staff recommendation.
Okay. As there's no further comments, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Hamilton, Pettingill, and Greenlaw opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. I'm going to move that we terminate this meeting, and I'll speak to it if it's seconded. Thank you. First of all, I expect a unanimous vote on this particular topic this evening. No, but in all seriousness, I'd really like to thank the community for coming out, save for the one exception we had at the start. And thank you to everybody for the self-control to not let that set the tone for the evening. These are incredibly challenging conversations to have with our community and with our work colleagues here. So I really am proud of how the community has come together and respected the differences in opinion. And I hope that continues as we continue to grapple not only with this, but other challenges that we will undeniably face in our community going forward. So thank you very much to everyone that came out, even the introverts that found it appropriate to leave their homes and come and spend some time with us today. So thank you very much. And I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries.